Hey, how's it going? Hope everyone's all right. And yeah, thanks for coming back to one of my tutorials. And it's been a while, so particularly since I did a Spark tutorial. So apologies for the wait, and I hope you find this new tutorial very helpful. This will be a fairly long tutorial, so I need to provide an intro to give you an idea on what this video will be about. Even this intro is going to be a little bit long, so I do provide chapters in the description, so feel free to jump straight into the code or whichever area that will be of interest to you. I'm planning on uploading this video as one full video, and it's going to be based on what I've currently done, which is about 6 hours long. There's still some more that I need to conclude for this tutorial, but I'll create separate videos for those topics, and it will be about running some unit tests, and also how to save various sort of data formats. And later I might upload this video again, but as smaller parts. Alright, first I'll begin to say that these tutorials are for everyone, so whether you're a beginner or advanced at either Python or data, I will break things down for the complete beginner so they understand the what, the how and the why. So it'll feel a bit like I'm speaking to someone who's completely new to coding. If you're unfamiliar with the jargon and you need some more context explained. I also keep all my errors in the video and show you how I fix them, so at times there'll be some going back and forth when you can clearly see the mistakes that I've made. So all of this will result into one big long video. So as mentioned, skip to the parts that you need, and feel free to go straight into the code. Alright, so here's a summary of what this video is going to be about. So it's all going to be about Spark and using PySpark, which is the Python API to Spark. So Spark is written in Scala. And because I'm using PySpark, I'll also be showing you Python code. I'll move away from the loose forgiving style of writing Python as I previously did in my other tutorials, and I'll approach a more sort of production code style. And this is going to be something which is more acceptable in interviews, and if you're working with development teams, it's going to be a mix of object-orientated programming, and I'm also going to introduce functional programming. I'm a big fan of functional programming. I like to use object-orientated programming because I like to classify my code and put them, use them as objects and allow the code to be reusable in different projects. So I like to write things once and then reuse them. The functional aspects of it, I just like to break my code into shortened, simplified blocks. And these blocks will have explicit input and output, what I'm putting into the function and what I'll get out. I also like to reuse my functions, make them portable. And let's say, for example, I write a function and then I decide, hey, I could use this as an object. So being very explicit on what I put in and out allows me to remove a function, repurpose it as a object, where I can just reuse it elsewhere. Okay, so what else? Also consideration of immutable data structures. So since it's going to be Python, I will use some mutable data structures like dicts and lists. There is some benefit to mutability, which I think adds to Python's ease and popularity, but mutable data structures can also lead to poorly written code. So anything that I do that's immutable will be using dictionaries. If you're a beginner, I'll recommend that you follow the functional style of writing code, as it will set you up as a better coder and allow you to embrace other languages. And definitely try to restrict yourself to mutable data structures as much as you can. Alright, so what are we going to build? We're going to build a general purpose Spark project, and in previous tutorials I've shown you loose fragments of code to accomplish Spark tasks, but I'll now create a project that will be a general purpose Spark framework with reusable, functional, and OOP code, and I'll also make it available on GitHub. To start, it's going to be about extract, transfer, and load, which is ETL. Extract means import data, transfer means make changes to the data, and load just really is how you format your data and provide a destination for your data. So ETL is a good entry point into data. General data and data engineering is quite a big area where you can go from many directions. So, you know, if you're a newcomer, then this tutorial will help provide you with some direction. So yeah, I hope you get a lot out of this tutorial, and yeah, I'm excited about it. I hope you're excited about it, and I hope this really is some benefit to you. So let me quickly show you this. I mean, I've got this on the screen here, and this is a structure of the application. So here we've got a folder for classes, and when I mentioned object-oriented programming, then what I'll do, I'll create a object for PySpark, and I'll call on that object within my code, and it's just a way of neatly arranging your code. That's all what object-oriented programming is. It's just a way of categorizing your data within a class, and then within that class you've got functions or methods, and it's a style of coding which you use all the time. So if you're using modules, you'll notice that you have to import the class, and then within that class you'll have a dot notation to reference a method within that class. So you use it all the time anyway. And within that, sorry, there's another folder which is called jobs, and this is a sort of very common structure if you're using Spark in a company. And within your jobs you would have particular jobs. So these jobs will be very kind of customized code for specific jobs that you'd want to run with Spark. So I've got two in here. I've got sales, and I've got Twitter who to follow. And the Twitter who to follow was a tutorial which I did earlier using PySpark, and you know, you can look at my other tutorials and you can get a grasp as to what the end result of this application will do. And yeah, so I've got two in there. One is for sales, one is for Twitter who to follow. And usually if I'm teaching, I don't like to do anything that's boring, that's going to bore someone. So I often find that when you focus on stuff like sales, you know, retail, house prices, weather data, it really is boring stuff, right? Like prices, all that kind of stuff. It really is boring. You know, government censuses and stuff like that, and it's just really boring. It will make you fall asleep. So what I try to do, I try to keep it interesting, and that's why I use things like Twitter. So I try to incorporate, you know, not so much from a corporate perspective of teaching, but mostly a you know, what you would do, you know, with stuff online. So the stuff that you do online and you want to automate, and stuff that you're interested in to enrich you personally. That's what I like to focus on when I'm looking at data. But when I look at that type of data, stuff that will interest you as a person rather than a company, then it's stuff that you can also you know, transfer over to corporate skills. Now I've got sales in there because this is all about, you know, the sales stuff is about sort of e-commerce shopping cart, and I think it's really good for me to show you this particular example of data using sales, and it's only because I want to show you something specific. So that's what I'm going to import, and then later I'll start working on the more interesting stuff, which is the Twitter, social media, data you might scrape from somewhere, stuff that enriches you, that you want to automate, stuff that's personal to you. Then I'll introduce more stuff like that. All right. So the log folder is where I'm writing custom logs. So if I want to understand, if the code had failed and or what's happening underneath the hood, then you would include a log. So this would be something that would be expected of you if you are working in a company, or if you're going to go and do a coding test, and they would expect you to probably think about logs. So I've put that in there as well. And then here we've got a folder for SQL. So if we're running anything specific, if we want to have queries that are SQL, which are easier to write, then we could include that query to query our data frames. So I've included that in there as well. And then we've got test data. So the folder test data is where I've got my data, and I'll show you what that looks like. And then we've got tests. So I've also included a folder for tests. So we'll run some unit tests. And again, if you're doing some interview or something, or if you're working in a company and you're working on a production style, then it would be expected of you to run some tests. So this is something which I've included. I've tried to include everything as possible within this framework. So if you're new to Python, if you're going to be interviewed, if you're wanting to use a framework, it really covers all bases for everyone, and this is something which I'm gonna grow. Okay, so I'll just show you the data. So I'll just close this folder and I'll show you the data. And here we've got Twitter. So if you can remember, we had Twitter followers and Twitter friends, and it was data which I had taken from the Museum of Youth Culture. And again, if you want to see what I did with that data, you can look at my earlier PySpark tutorials. And I think it was the one that was titled Importing Multiple Data Sources. And the one which I'm going to really base this tutorial on is going to be sales. So we've got a file called products, and we've got a file called customers CSV. So these are CSV files that we want to import. And I'll see if I can just open those quickly and let you take a look. So this is what the customer data looks like. So you've got a loyalty score, and then you've got a customer ID in here as well. And so that's pretty much it for that. Just 2 columns, and then you've got products. So products, now if you do work in e-commerce or retail and you're handling data, this would be quite common to you. You might have a lookup table, so you'd have on the products, and you have a product ID, product description, and product category, and you might have some other stuff in there as well. So I've worked in retail, I've worked on e-commerce data, and to make things a lot more easy, like if you're parsing data, if you're tracking data, then you'd want to keep things as your data, your payloads, as small as possible. And so instead of transferring large amounts of data objects, then you'll just send the product ID, and once you get it over to the other side, you just want a lookup table to reference what those products were. Alright, so the transaction folder, that's a little bit different. So as you can see, we've got quite a few folders in here, and if I open one up, we've got a transaction. So here you've got the date, and then you've got transaction. It's a JSON file. So these transactions are captured by date, and you've got a mix of different customer IDs, and you've got these objects, multiple objects within a file. So here you've got, you've got different types of data that I've shown you. You've got CSV and you've got JSON data. And what Spark does well is able to easily import a CSV and easily, go through these each of these folders and recursively look through those. And well, yeah, Spark, what you can do with Spark, you can specify one particular folder and it can go through all of the files within that folder. But in addition to that, what I'm going to do is show you how to code Python to recursively go through a folder structure and get each of those files, which will then import into Spark. And we may want to do some filtering on particular files, and that's why I'll do it that way rather than just giving one folder to Spark. All right, so what I'll do, I'll just get a blank terminal open. And I'll just make that a little bit bigger. And I usually have about 3 or 4 windows open, so I can just sort of bounce around windows if I need to. Okay, and I'll just resize it and position it how I normally have it. Okay, so alright, so let's just take a look at that folder structure once more. So the first thing I need to do, I just need to create my folder structure. So I'll just do that. And I'll just drop that in there. So the first one I need to do is create a folder called classes where I'll store my classes. And I'll do a make directory. And then the other one is going to be jobs, and the other one is going to be a test folder, tests, and the other one is going to be SQL, and I think that's it. Let's have a quick look. So I've got classes, jobs, JSON. Oh, that's the important one. So I think I didn't talk about the JSON one. So the JSON one is just going to hold configuration files. So anything that I want to do to configure Spark, I'm going to do it using a JSON file, and that's how I normally do stuff. You can use a text file, or you can do stuff in your bash RC, and you can reference that in your os.environment. If you want to pull it into Python, but I normally just create a JSON file, something which I can configure in a particular way and nest stuff inside of it. So let's create that folder as well. So JSON, spelled that wrong. JSON, and I could have just called that config, to be honest, rather than JSON. All right, so let's go into our folder. Okay, and we'll just create some files in here. So I'm just going to copy that, and I'm just going to rename that file to, what shall I call that? Class PySpark. And I'm just being lazy, by the way. That's, you know, just copying that. I mean, what I could do, I could just do a, for example, like if I need to create something in jobs, I can just do a, say what the file is. So the file is going to be sales.py and then touch. I can also create it in Vim as well, but I normally just do it like this, to be honest. So that's one created in sales. So if we just go back, so that is, let's call that Python. Actually, let me get rid of that, and I'll do it all as touch. So class PySpark. Classes. Okay, and then there's another one I want in JSON, and I'm going to call that sales. So this is going to be my configuration file for Spark. And then what else do I need? I need the log file will be generated automatically, and then I want one for tests. So let's create a file for tests. And when you run a unit test, you put test on the front or on the end of the file, and in this case I'll put it on the front, and I'm going to put it in a folder called tests. Okay, what else do I need? And SQL, I'll do that a bit later, because this one is going to be for the Twitter followers. When I produce the first job, the one for the sales, I'm going to do all of that using dataframes, and then the one which I create for Twitter who to follow, it'll be just as I've done before, but it will be using an SQL query file to query those data frames. So what else do I need? Okay, so these are quite important. I need to create these init files. So the init files are just blank files, and what it does, it tells Python the folder structure, so that way you're able to import classes into your application. Alright, so I will create that file. So the first one is going to be in the parent structure, so it is a underscore init underscore dot py, and then I also want to create one inside of classes, because inside classes, that's where I want to create my objects that I want to import into my application. So let's create one inside classes. Okay, right, so let's take a look at our structure. So here we've got the init file. In classes, we've got an init file, we've got a class PySpark, jobs, sales, that's going to be my specific jobs. So for sales, I'm going to do some specific ETL around that. So ETL, what that means extract, transfer, load. So the extract part is going to be mostly sort of importing data, getting data in, and then the transform is going to be, you know, how you process that data. So within jobs, that's going to be mostly the transform, and then load. I haven't really done the load part yet, but load is pretty much, you know, where do you finally put that data? I'm going to put it into a database, I'm going to store it as a Parquet file, etc., etc. And I think this is a good point just to explain something else actually. So the good thing about Spark and in relation to databases is that Spark kind of really was built to operate around the movement of data, unstructured data. So you could have structured data, you could have unstructured data, you could have a mix of data. It's coming in, and you know, you don't really want to go through having to create structure around that data by creating a database, creating a relational database where you've defined what the columns are, what the tables are, etc., etc. So it's all done within Spark, within your code, and you know, you're pulling that data from what is called a data lake. So a data lake is just moving data, and a data lake pretty much just looks like this. So just close that for a sec, and it pretty much looks like this. So if I go to my test data, here I've got some data for sales, some data for Twitter, and you know, you could regard this as almost like, you know, this could be like a database, and then within that you've got transactions. So you've got a subset of that database, and then you've got some tables. One is customer, one is product, and then you've got additional tables. One is for transaction. So yeah, so a data lake is it's a different concept to having a structured database. And so, you know, using Spark, the only time I really kind of liaise with a database, if a database is an additional data source and I need to get data out of it, and also the end result. So the load part of Spark will be transforming that data and then making that data available in the database. So you're going to have end users, you're going to have visualization tools that need to plug into a database, get that already processed and transformed data, summarized data, which they need to pull in to an application, or they need to look at the results and do some analysis and stuff like that. So I'm trying not to really go too corporate. Yeah, because I don't really want to sound too boring. But yeah, so I'm just raising these points so to make it clear as to what ETL is and what a data lake is and why you would use Spark and how it would differ, etc. Alright, so what else? Okay, so yeah, that's just a quick explanation around that. And then let's have a look. So we've got our JSON file. So my JSON file is incorrect actually. It should be, let's go into this JSON, and I'll just change that to JSON. There you go, that's now correct. Okay, JSON. SQL, I'll put something in that later. Test data, we've got sales, Twitter, tests. We're going to run some unit tests. What I could do, I could start running those unit tests as I build, and as I face issues. So if I'm facing bugs or failures, then I could adjust my code as per the unit tests, and then I'm writing them both simultaneously. That's something which I could do, but I don't really want to do that too much for now. I want to write the unit tests later, because I don't want to kind of make this muddled for people who are new to Python and would like to learn. I would like to kind of keep it contained, and I also thought around teaching both Scala and Python simultaneously, and I thought, okay, that would be too much, so I'm just going to focus on PySpark and some functional programming, and then we'll introduce our tests a little bit later. I will do some imports first. So I'm going to import the library JSON. I need OS because I'll be doing a lot of system stuff. RE is one which I normally use, which is for regex, and then again for system stuff it's going to be the sys library. And then because I'm going to be doing a functional style of programming, then I'm going to introduce typing. Now, as I said before, typing is not really typed and untyped values are not really something that you need to specify in Python, because it's a dynamic language and it's interpreted, so it's not really strict on that. But this is really good coding practice, and if you adopt this style, then it will make you familiar with other languages as you start to use them. So and it's also good for debugging as well, and just really making your code efficient. So I'll introduce or import callable and optional, or sorry, I say callable or callable. Optional. So callable just means you specify whether a object is a function or not, and if it's a function then the type will be callable, and then optional just allows you to introduce different options for a particular variable type. So it might not just be one, it could have some sort of variation to it. So and I'll also import PySpark, so PySpark.sql.dataframe, and I'm importing dataframe because that allows me to, so instead of just importing PySpark and SQL and then just getting everything else I need from it, I'm going to specify dataframe. So visually, when I'm reading the code, it makes me understand exactly what I'm importing, because I will be using dataframe as a type reference. So if I'm importing data, I can say, okay, this variable needs to be a dataframe, or the result of the function will be a dataframe. And then from PySpark, and also I'd rather not import everything possible from a library, because usually what I find, it can slow your code down because Python has to go through everything that you import. It can slow down your code. The less you import, the less you print to the screen. This speeds up your code much more. And from SQL, I'll import Spark session. So that's how I normally do it. I just import what I need, and I can just see what I'm doing, how I'm using it. And here I'll put a base directory equals os.path, and I'll just quickly show you what this is doing, what I'm going to write here. So first of all, let's just run our code. I'll use the end one here. So Python 3 . Okay, so I've got 2 inputs there. So that should have been from, and if you're used to seeing me code, you'll notice that I do a lot of sorry, wrong way around. I do a lot of typing errors. So when I run my code, I get an error and I have to go back and rerun it. Okay. No module names PySpark. Okay, so I haven't got that module installed, so I'll just do a pip3 freeze. And do I have it? obviously not. Nope, I don't have it installed. And there's just something else I want to check here. So I'm sure I've got Spark installed. So let me just double check. I'm just going to go do a cd user local ls all, and I have got Spark installed, and I'll just see what version I've got installed. So cd spark ls all. So I have got the latest, which is 3.01. I think that's the latest anyway, but it's version 3, which is fine. So what I need to do, I need to install PySpark. So that would be a sudo install PySpark. Sorry, sudo pip3 install PySpark. And PySpark just really is a API. It's a driver API that enables Python to speak to Spark. So Spark is written in Scala, so it's just a wrapper for Python. So that way you can use Python to speak to Spark. So without that, then you won't be able to use Spark using Python, that is. So we'll just install that. So here we've got Python 3.1.1. So I could possibly have an issue with that because the driver has to be the same version as Spark. So I could have an issue, but we'll see. Alright, so let's just clear that. And I'll just run that again. There we go. And yeah, okay, so that works. That worked fine. There wasn't any problems with it. Well, we'll find out if there are problems. If there are problems, then I might have to stop the video and install the latest version of Spark. And I've showed you how to install Spark on my earlier tutorials, so all you have to do is just install the latest one, or what you could do, you could just install PySpark with the downgraded version. So that's also a possibility as well. Alright, so let's just go back over here, and but it seems to be, it's importing okay, so I think I should be fine. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is I'll just gather my bearings. Alright, so when I import PySpark, my class, then I need to just import it into my job script. Now, before I continue writing this class, well, actually, let me just, I will actually continue writing the class. So I'll say class Spark class. Now I'm calling it Spark class because I want to call it something unique, so it's something that I'm custom writing. So I don't want to have any clashes with anything else called Spark. So I'm calling my class Spark class. And within a class you have an init, and with that init you can, if you've got anything, any sort of variables that you want to carry out, you want to be able to get within any function with your inside of your class, then you'll specify it in your init. And so what I normally do, and within that, as a parameter, you need to express self, and I will have config dot dict, colon dict. But I'll just take that out for the moment. I'll explain what I'm doing here. So self dot config equals config, and then we have Spark starts, and it will be self, I'll just say quarks for keyword arguments, and then if you look at most ways in which people express keyword arguments, they would have like a star, args, and then keyword args, right? So the star just means that you may have multiple arguments, and then 2 stars means it's a dictionary, and you could have multiple dictionaries that you're sending to the function or method. So I like to be very specific, like other languages, and then, you know, if you were sending, for example, multiple let's say arguments, then to grab the first one you would say args 0, right? And then the same with keyword arguments, but I like to be very specific, and I'm just going to get rid of the args, and I'm going to get rid of the potential of sending numerous or several keyword arguments to this method, and I'm going to use typing. So I'm going to say colon dict, and I'm being very specific that I'm saying the keyword argument, I'm sending in a dictionary keyword argument and colon, and it is a dict. So if it were a string, then I would say string. If it were a int, it would be int. What else? If it were a float, sorry, int being integer. If it were a float, which is a decimal, it would be float. What else is there? You've got none as well, but there's a different way of expressing none, I guess, which I'll also show you. But I am extending a dictionary, and that dictionary will be what's in here, my configuration. So on the end of this, I will have none, or sorry, not none, Spark session. All right, and for the moment, I'll just put a pass there. All right, so what's happening here? I'm just going to go back a bit, right? So this is what I'm going to write, and as I say, I'll always do typos. So Spark start. So the self is what you'd have in a class. In other languages, it could be this. In Python, it is self, and it's just saying we are referencing the class itself. Yeah. So any value that you want that you're referencing as self, you can get that within other areas of your class. So where you have multiple functions, then you can get it, and you can express it at the top over here in it. And so if I were to reference, and I'll just put that in there instead of the pass. So if I were to reference, let's do a print self.config, I'm able to grab self.config, and yeah, I'm able to grab that. Alright, so this bit here, as I've explained, typically, in most functions, in Python, you'll just see an argument and then and a colon at the end. But from Python 3.5 onwards, they've introduced typing or type, and with type we can express, like other languages do, exactly what that is going to be. It's going to be a dictionary, and then this weird looking arrow is just going to be, you know, what we're going to return. So this is what we input and this is what we return, and this is really kind of around functional programming, and it's based on the way you would see let's say in maths you would see a formula, you'd see a function, so it would be f. If I can just write it down here, it would be f and then x, yeah? And so this helps you to say, right, we have an input and then you have an output, and so this is what it is. This is what our input is going to be, and this is what our output is going to be after the arrow. So functions are very explicit, they're very verbose. This is what I'm putting in, this is the type of variable that I'm bringing in, and this is the return of the output which is going out. So we are going to send or return a Spark session. So this is why I've imported it. I mean, I could have just done a from PySpark.sql, and I could have, you know, I could just done that, right? From PySpark SQL import all, right? But it's not really good to do that, to be honest, because you have to, there's so much that you're importing in, which is going to slow it down just a little bit. And you know, you just want to be, I like to be very expressive, so I like to know exactly what I'm importing in and whether I've got it or not. It just makes it a lot easier. Alright, so that should be fine if I were to run that. But what I'm going to do before I start coding any more within this class, and sorry, just up here I need to say that will be a dict. So before I do anything over here, I'm now going to go over to my sales, and within my sales, but let me just quickly go back to PySpark and let me do the shebang. And just copy the same thing. Okay, I've gone a bit haywire here, so let me just close that. Alright, and let's go back into that. So it was like jobs, cells, okay. Classes, PySpark. Let me just make sure that it is blank, yeah. And I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to put that into jobs, sales. Good, that works. Okay. I want to be able to import that Spark, sorry, that class that I've written. So I'm going to reference the folder. So in order to reference the folder, I need to know where I am. So Python is a little bit different, that, you know, when it comes to relative paths, it works a little bit more differently. You need to understand where you are, and we put those init files to understand the structure of the folder. So Python knows what the structure is. So the init file being this one, which is blank. And if I go back to this one, so in order to find out where we are, I'm going to do a print. I'm going to do a print, and I'm going to get the current path name for where we are. So it will be os path and dot absolute path, and the built-in name for that will be underscore underscore file underscore underscore, and then I can I can find out where we are. Okay, I think, yeah, okay, that's correct. So let's just run that. Oh, we've got an error here in my class. Let's go back and correct that. It's not capital. There we go. Alright, so it's the one which I'm going to run is going to be jobs. So let's clear this. And we've got a syntax issue here. Let's get rid of that dot. Alright, so what that does, that tells us exactly where we are. It gives us the current file which we are in. So we are in sales.py. Now what I want to do, I want to go back to this folder. That's where I want to go to. So that way what I can do is if I'm importing stuff from classes, then I need to be here at this point, and I can just say classes and, you know, where I need to import. So that's the purpose of that. So what I'll do, I will, to go back one, we need to go say os dot path dot directory name. We put that in brackets, and then now I know where I am. I'm in jobs, right? So I still need to go back another one because I need to get to that root directory. So I just do that again. So os dot path dot directory name. Okay, so here I am now. I can get the path. It's not one. It's not really here I am, because here I am would be changing your directory, right? This is just putting in a path and being able to get which part of that path I need. Okay. So I can take the print off of it, and I can put that into a variable, and I'll call that project directory. Alright, so and let me just quickly just test that. So I will do a print, because I do a lot of weird stuff. Okay, it's still working. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to create a logger. Alright, so all of my logs, and I haven't created the folder yet, so let's create the folder. logs. So I'm going to create a log. So what the log does, that just shows our output, and then in a production environment, it would be expected of you to be able to create logs, do tests, etc., etc. So that way you can know exactly what's happening. So right. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to create a log file, and I'm going to say project directory. Now I've created this string as an f string. So this is just a string. This is called an f string. Now with an f string, what I could do, I can insert variables, and then the older way in which you could do that, I think it was prior to 3.6, you would do something like, if I wanted to reference this variable, it would be, whatever I'm going to type, and then I would have a colon, and then I'll do a format, and then I'll put my variable within here, right? But a nice, more efficient way since 3.6, I think, is to use f strings, and you'll find sort of f strings in other languages and bash as well. So then I can just directly type what I want in here. So project directory, and then the rest of it will be logs. So I've already captured my root directory up to this bit here. So data lab PySpark, and I can just put on the end of it what I need. So it's going to be job. So when I run a job, it's going to be job, and then I'm going to have the file name. So the file name is going to be os.path. Instead of absolute path here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say base name. So it's just going to be the base name, and it's going to be underscore file, and then on the end of that, I'm just going to call that, give an extension .log. So let's take a look at that. So print log file, just run that. Alright, so that's what our log file will look like. It's still going to have the I mean, I could take the extension off, but I'm not. I'm just going to have on the end of it .log, so I know exactly what file it was. I know, well, this tells me what folder it came from, jobs, and then you've got sales, py.log. Okay, get rid of that. So the other thing that I need to import, because I'm going to use the built-in module logging, then I need to import that as well. So and that's the first thing that you really want to import, right? So import logging, and the log format. Now, how I normally format my lines of logs, I have the time. So again, let's make that an f string. So, and I mean, the whole concept of logging is I could do a tutorial in that about that itself, but I won't. So I'll just quickly just write as much as possible as fast as I can. And that's not curly brackets; they're just ordinary ones. So this is the time, and then I'm just going to have a dash. I want to know what line it came from in my code. So that will be line number, and then dash percentage name percentage level name, and then I want to know what function it came from. Okay, I think that's okay. And then also, if it outputs a message, I want to have message in there as well. Okay. And I probably did some typing errors in there somewhere, but we'll find out if I did. Alright, so I think that's fine. And what we'll do, we will say basic config, and we'll have file name equals log file, level equals logging dot debug, and format equals log format. And I'll run the code and I'll talk you through the logging, and I can then reference back to as to what I've written here and what it means, because I'll have to show you first. The only problem with PySpark is that PySpark runs on the JVM, or let's say Spark runs on the JVM, and you're going to get a little bit of a different output. You're going to get loads of kind of weird output coming from the JVM, which is a little bit kind of difficult to interpret. But you'll still get the output. You'll get the output that you expect, but you kind of have to look a little bit more for it, because there's loads of other stuff in there, and I might not necessarily get what I'm expressing here. So in my log format, it will still be there, but it won't be as I expect it in a very clean way in which I can read it. So this is what you call for logging, basic config, and then you've got file name, so that's the log file here, and then you've got the log format. So I'm saying time, what the line number was, name, level name, function name, and then the message. So the message could be whatever message it's outputting, and we'll go through that and see exactly what it is. But yeah, as I say, I didn't want to spend too much on that, and because it's a very kind of wider subject. And we'll put logging dot get logger, and we want the logger being produced by the JVM, so that's going to be py4j. And I also find when you're using a logger with the JVM is that there could be some conflict, and you'll see output like errors. It won't create errors on your code, but there will be typical Python errors happening before your code in the terminal, and it will be things like garbage collection, flush. So it's saying that it couldn't flush. There was an issue with memory, right? There was an issue with flushing out and garbage collection, which is something which pertains to Java. So you'll get these errors coming up, and to get rid of those errors, you can just turn off the logger. You just comment out the logging lines. But they don't happen all the time. It just happens sometimes, and if you rerun it, they go. Or if you just don't want it at all, then you can just turn off the logger. All right. So right now, I'm going to use this variable again, project directory, and I'll just quickly run this as well. Make sure there's no errors. Okay, no errors. And alright, so what else do I have here? So I've imported my data frame. I'm just going to do a few more imports up here. Now I could do these imports a little bit later, or should I? Yeah, I'll do it a little bit later, the rest of the imports. And let's just rearrange this a little bit more. So, no, actually, I was going to put all this stuff over here. I was going to put this higher up, because usually really what you're supposed to do is have your imports a little bit higher up. But in this case, I'll just leave it where it is. Sorry, you're supposed to have your logging a bit higher up before the imports. So, it can tell you exactly what's happening throughout the entirety of your application or script. But I will not do that for the moment. So the next thing I need to do, I need to put this path into my paths being read by Python. Now I'll show you what that means. So if I just do a print sys, and it will be path. Okay. So if I run that, you've got this list, and then what Python does when it looks for packages, when it looks for stuff that it needs to import, it looks through all of these directories, or yeah, all of these directories. So if it needs to go to pip, it's going to look in this one, distributed packages, where it's installed, and you've also got this one over here. This is where the where Python, the actual interpreter, is being read from, Python 3.8, and then I've also got this over here where the existing file is being kept, which is in jobs. But when I import my class, it won't be able to find it, because it doesn't know what path to look into. Alright, before I actually kind of do something to resolve that issue, I'll show you that issue. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say from classes, we'll import class PySpark. Okay, so from classes, that's my folder classes. I'm going to import class PySpark, but because I'm currently at this level, jobs, then there isn't a folder called classes. If I had another folder, so if I had another folder like this, classes, then it would interpret it as this is where I currently am, and there should be another folder called classes, and that's where I get my module from, my custom module which I'm writing. But what I need to do, I need to go back one, and that's the whole point of this. So where I went back, so I can still reference that, and I can just say, but I'll import the class first, and let's see what errors we get. So it says no module named classes. From classes import class PySpark, no module named classes. So let's fix that. So just above it, I'm going to write sys.path.insert, and that will be, I can either put 0, I could put 1, I could put 2. It just means what position I'm going to put that in my list. So I'm just going to say 1, and oh yeah, that will be comma, project, directory. Okay. And for the moment, let's just turn off this error, and let's print out this path. Sys.path. Okay, so I've just inserted this directory. So this directory, as you can remember, only goes up to data lab PySpark, because I've included directory name on the absolute path where I've cut it off twice, so it goes back, yeah, twice. And so if I just print that out, let's see what happens. So as you can see, this is the first one without including that path, and now I've got that path included here, and you can see home PyUser desktop tutorial data lab PySpark. So now I've got that folder and it can reference that class. So I can just get rid of that, and let's do the import again. And so there's no errors, so that imports absolutely fine. So if I now go to my class and let's import the class. So let's just do one which is I'm just going to say self dot my var equals hello world. Okay, so this is just a very basic application, very basic class. And what I'm going to do, I want to have my var, which is hello world. Well, let's just sort of hello world. Let's say hello Spark. Yeah, should we just say that? Hello Spark. I want to get this value to print in my application, in my jobs, right? And yeah, so let's do that. Now, as I say, Python ignores all of this stuff, so I can actually run this without actually carrying over, putting a dictionary into this method, and it will still run, and I don't have to return anything either, and it will still run. Yeah, so I'll just do that. In other languages, it will just throw an error until you pass and output the correct data. I mean, if you output none, that's totally fine in any language, because none is a subset where it's also acceptable, because you could be passing variables in and out of functions, and it might have a value, it might not, and that's something that would occur. So a none or null is acceptable, or let's say a none is acceptable. Alright, so let's go over to jobs, and I just want to make sure that class is working. So I'm going to start coding, instead of doing a procedural style, I'm going to start coding in a functional style. So in order to do that, I will first say if main equals main, and as I say, Python is not really that restrictive. There's a lot that you can get away with, so I can still get this to run without having this bit of code, and what this means is just saying we're looking for a main function, we're looking for a main, and this page, this application is the main, right? In other applications like Scala, you'd have to have a particular function called main, and then you reference that main in your class, and then you can get the application to work. So I could have this or I don't have this, right? And in some circumstances you might have to have it, but I'm going to write in a functional style where I'm going to include it, and I'll have a main function, and I'll call that main. I don't need to call that main. I could call that anything, right? And what I'm going to do, I'm going to call on anything as what I want to run, and that will still run. But because I'm going to adopt practices from other languages which are a little bit more restrictive, then I'm just going to say my function is main, and that's what I want to call. And sorry, my stomach is rumbling a bit, if you can hear that. Alright, so now what I want to do, I want to call on this class because I want to print that hello world. So I will say class PySpark dot what was it, start spark, and then I didn't insert anything. I did put a variable in there which was a dict, and I'll just create a dictionary. So okay, for the moment I'm going to take that out because I want to simplify things. I'm going a little bit too fast. So let's just go back to classes, and I'm going to take that out, yeah, because I don't want to pass anything in there yet. I'm going to take this out, and if I take that out, then I need to just comment that out. Let's just take it out completely. Let's start from scratch. So this is very basic, and I'm going to take this off as well. So that's just a very basic class. And what I've done here, just something else I'm going to point out. In other languages like Scala, the recommendation is to use camel case, and I tend to use camel case in Python as well because I like to be fluent in both languages, and switching from underscores in method names in one language and then doing something different in another language, you know, you're having to remember and do things differently, and I'd rather just keep things as consistent as possible between both languages. So that's why I'm using camel case, and there's no issue with using camel case in Python, but in Scala they say we don't want you to use underscores. For example, in Scala they say, well, we don't want you to do that, we want you to do that. And in Python it's totally acceptable to do that. In Scala that will still work, but I'm going to use the practices that they say in Scala, which is that camel case. Alright, so I've just stripped that down to its bare basics. So it is called, my function is spark start. And let's just go back to our jobs. My stomach's still rumbling. So here I've got the class. So this is the file which I'm going to import here. And let's just go back again because I haven't done this correctly. And Spark class, just copy that, is the class name. So from classes, that folder, we're going to import this file, class spark, and we initiate our class with the file name, so the library, and then we're going to have dot notation, the class name, spark class, and then we're going to have the method name, start spark. Alright, and because I've got a print inside of that, that should just run. So let's just run that. Alright, so main is not defined. Alright, so what have I done here? Stomach's still rumbling. Okay, that looks alright to me, to be honest. So if, oh sorry, not main, name. There you go. If name equals main, there you go. Sorry. Just run that. Spark class has no attribute start Spark. Okay, let's take a look at that. So it is Spark start. What did I say? Start Spark. Okay, so it's one way around. So let's just correct that. And we can run that. Missing one required positional argument, self, start Spark. Okay, let's go back there, and I'm sure I put in self. Okay, Spark start, self, 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 self. Let's look at that one more time. So Spark start missing one required position argument. I'm just going to. I will put an argument in here actually. So let's just go back again. So if I just remove this, and in here I'm going to put my var. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. That's why. So I'm just going to do this first. So I'll say hello Spark. Sorry, so I forgot the brackets or parentheses on my class, because this, it gives you the option to pass some data through the class, and then here you can pass data through your method. So let's run that. Okay, so there's an issue with my indenting on class Spark line 13. Let's just go back and correct that. Okay, so what I need to do, I don't have any statements below this, my first method, so I'm just going to put pass in there. Alright, so here we've got hello Spark. So right, so let me just break that down. So we've got the class, Spark class. I'm not passing any statements. I haven't got any statements below that. I've got my variable, which I pass to my or argument, which I pass to my Spark start, and I'm just printing it out here. So let's change things up a little bit. So I'm not going to pass anything into my function, and I'll just say self dot my var. And the reason why I want to show you this is because I just want to show you the benefit of passing values into the class rather than just the method. So if I say self my var equals my var, and then up here we've got comma my var, and I'm going to pass that hello Spark into this a little bit differently. So if I just go back to jobs, and instead of passing it here, I'm going to pass it here. pass it there. Now if I run this, as you can see, we've got hello Spark. So I can just go back up here. I can pass anything to my class, which I can then reuse in any part of my function. And what I normally do, I pass dictionaries up here. So, and this is how Python differs from other languages. That other languages like Scala, values are immutable. You can, however, express values to be mutable. It does give you that feature, but it's advised against. It says this is bad practice, and the reason why it is bad practice is because if you have a value that's changing, a variable with a changing value, then if other parts of the program are accessing that data and it's changing, then that can cause issues. You know, your application, you know, the memory could lock, right? It can cause inefficiencies. So to have an efficient application, you don't change data. You have data which is immutable, unable to change, and if you need to change that data, then you create a copy of it and put that into a new variable. And but Python is different. You do have immutable data structures like tuples, named tuples. What else is there? I think an int and a string is immutable. But you know, you've got a dictionary, and a dictionary, if you ever use a dictionary, is way better to use and iterate through than something like a named tuple, right? So this is where Python is its unrestrictiveness can cause issues, or not so much issues, but it can cause bad practices. But then it's also flexible in a good way, and that's why I think the take up on Python is quite huge, because for people which need to use Python in a very swift, quick and easy way, that's where Python succeeds. But then it introduces a lot of bad practices that wouldn't be in other code, and that's why you see other code like Java, Scala being used in a production sense, and Python being used in a very quick sort of sense. Those are the differences. Alright, so what was I going to do? I was going to go back over to here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to just make this a little bit flexible for myself. So I'm going to pass in a dictionary. So with a dictionary, it's mutable, and I can pass in, instead of having like my var 1, my var 2, and you know, like a long list of stuff, I just want to pass in one value, right? One variable or object, and I'm going to pass in a dictionary. So with a dictionary, you know, I can introduce new keys, and it just makes it a lot more flexible. Alright, so how would that look? So that would look something like this, right? So I could have my var equals hello Spark, and I can pass that in. So let's see how that looks. So it says got unexpected keyword argument config. Alright, so let's go to our class, and we'll just adjust it so that way you can accept it. So I'm going to call that config. I'm not sure. I need to go back and read that error again, because I don't think really kind of changing the name should make an issue. So I think I might still get that error. Oh no, okay. So it did make a difference. So the name has to be the same. So So as you can see, myvar is now a dictionary key, and hello Spark is now a value of that dictionary key. So if I wanted to get that value, hello Spark, all I need to do is this in my application. I could just say myvar, and then if I run that, I can then, sorry, I didn't save that. I can then get the value in my application. Alright, so now the benefit of using a dictionary is, for example, if I wanted to, if I want to introduce another value, so we can take this out actually, and I can express it in a very different way. I can say config equals a dictionary, and I can put my keys in here. So I can say myvar equals hello Spark. Alright, config, and then I can put another one in here, so I can say myvar equals hello there. Alright, so and sorry, I'll just call that 2. And so within my application, I could keep on, for any particular reason, I could keep on building like values, and I'd want to pass those values to my class, and by doing it this way it just makes it a lot more flexible, right? So if I now go over to this, that will still run and say hello Spark, and if I go over to my class, I can reference the other value, which would be hello there, and if I just get rid of that, you can see everything in my dictionary. So I've got myvar hello Spark, myvar to hello there. So I just wanted to quickly explain that, because I'm going to be passing this value to my class. I normally do that, it's just my way of doing stuff. And for any reason, if I needed to reference something up there, I can do it. If I wanted to pass something to it, I could. I can just get it here in my application, in my methods. Any method that I write, I can get it in there. Alright, so so let's get rid of this. And for the moment, instead of having loads and loads of lines of text, I'm just going to do that. So it's just going to be empty. So here we have an empty dictionary. Alright, what else is there? Okay, what else do I need to do? Right, so what I'm going to do, I am going to, in my main class, I'm going to make this more functional, right? So I'm going to whatever value I get from Spark start, I'm going to put it into a variable. So I'm going to put it into a variable, which is going to be I'm just going to comment that out first. There's something that I need to pass to Spark start first, which is my configuration to start Spark. So let's do that first. And I'm going to create a function for that, which is to create a configuration file. Sorry, it's going to be to read my configuration file. So I'm going to say open file and just put a pass there for the moment. And before I do that, I need to create my configuration file. So let's create a configuration file, shall we? So I'll just go over to my JSON, I've got my sales. And this is going to be in a JSON format. And it's going to be a Spark configuration. So I'll just call it. You can do whatever you like, to be honest. I'm just gonna doing it in a way that makes sense to me, and it probably makes sense to you too. Particularly if you're new, if you're an advanced coder, then you might have different ways of doing stuff. So master colon equals local. And as you can remember, what local means, what master local means, is that we're running Spark locally, and we're going to use all threads, all cores. That's what the asterisk means, all. And then when you run it, you give it an app name, an application name. So if you're going to reference it or see it in your UI, Spark UI, which is web browser accessed, then it would have a particular name associated to it. So I'm going to call that sales for my app name. And then I'm going to put something else in here, which is going to be log level. So if you're familiar with running Spark, you're going to see loads of output in your terminal, like info, warn, etc., and then you might not want to see all of that, so you just want to keep it nice and clean. So I'm going to show you how to do that by setting your log level. So I'll call that log, and I'll call that level, and for the moment I will just say null. And then what I can do a bit later, I can change null to any particular log level, like warn, debug, error, info, etc., but for the moment I'll just keep it as that. Alright, so that's my log file. So go back to sales, and what I want to do, I want to be able to import that log file. Now I should be able to just import that log file by, if I do a print project directory, I should be able to see this variable. So any variable expressed outside of this function, I'll be able to get it into main unless I specify parameters within main. So let's just okay, there's a little bit of a issue here. Let's just correct that. I don't see an issue. Line 22. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm still able to reference the project directory inside because I haven't expressed any parameters and it's outside of my function. But other languages might not really kind of allow you to do that, so I'm just going to do this in the style of other languages, and I'm going to express the project folder inside as a parameter within my main function, and that is much more efficient and cleaner. Alright, now I'm going to start introducing typing. So I'm going to say this is a string. So remember I started talking about that a little bit earlier. So I said this is a string, and for the moment I'm not going to have any output. I'm just going to say none for no output. So this is my input and that's my output, arrow output. Alright, so Yeah, and as mentioned, Python doesn't really, for the moment, Python ignores it, but it's moving. I'm hoping it's moving towards being a much stricter language that it actually looks for that. And this is really helpful as you're writing your code. You know exactly what needs to go inside of it, what type of value needs to go inside of it, and it's just a lot more helpful as you're reading your code. All right, so let's put a and it's always good to put comments in your code where you are describing what the function is. And if you run a help on your application, your class or your application, then you can immediately see by including these helper descriptions, you can immediately see exactly what it's all about. So I will call this starts a Spark job. Yep. Alright, so what I need to do, I need to get that file in. So I've created a function called openFile, and it's going to accept config path, and let's just call that file path, and and I'm putting it into a function. I'm going to, so this is more of a functional style of programming. Instead of doing everything procedural in one sort of seamless block of code, I'm dividing everything up into inputs, outputs, very specific. So I'm sensibly dividing my work up, and that just makes it a lot easier to run. You know, particularly if you're debugging and you really want to understand what's going on. That's a much nicer way of doing it. Alright, so what I need to do, I need to reference openFile. Within openFile, I've got my directory, so I will create an F string, and it will be project directory with curly brackets because it's a variable, and the location of that is going to be in JSON / sales.py. Okay. And then it's going to accept that file path, is going to accept a string, and it's going to return a dictionary. So let's print the file path. Okay, so there it is. So that is my entire string. So I've just passed that to my function, which is openFile. Alright, so because in other languages, you know, this will be very strict. It will actually look to see whether you're passing a string, and you know, if you're not passing a string, then it will throw an error, right? So I put my conditionals in my functions to prevent errors. So I will say if is instance file path string, then I want you to run this code. All right, so let's see how that works, right? So so I'm going to pass in a string. So if instance is a function, built-in function that checks to see what your variable is. So if I was passing a dictionary, I would say if is instance file path dictionary, if it's a string, etc., then I want you to run that code. So that should still print that out. Now if I were to change that to let's say an integer, so if I say 67, then nothing will print. Yeah, so that's my conditional. So what I normally do with my functions, my input is either going to be something or it's going to be none. Sorry, my output is going to be either something or it's going to be none. My input is either going to be something or it's going to be none. And that's a nice clean way for me to have conditionals, rather than saying, okay, is the variable this, is it also that, is it this, is it that? So that's a much sort of cleaner way for me to do stuff. In some cases I will have to say, you know, if I'm passing a dictionary and I'm looking for a particular key, then I'll have to say, is this key inside of this dictionary? So I'll have to expand it out a little bit more. But for the moment, it works pretty nice like that. So it's either going to be none or it's going to be a string. And then also, because I can, you know, I can put in anything, right? So like if I put in anything, then it will still print, right? It will still work. So I just want to add to my conditional, and if, sorry, not if, and os path dot exists file path. So I'm saying if this file path for this file exists, then I want to run that code. So because this is just like anything and it's not an actual file path for either a directory or a file, then it's not, the code is not going to run. So now I can just get rid of that and run my code. That didn't run actually, so okay, that didn't run. Let's check it, shall we? So yeah, okay, so I did a mistake here. So in JSON it's not sales.py, it's sales.json. Okay, because there's no file inside of JSON called py. Alright, so now let's run it, and now we can see that file. Alright, so now under here, because I know that it's I'm passing a string and the file exists, then I'm not going to get any errors opening this file. So I'm going to be absolutely fine with opening it. And let's just write some code to open it. So now I can get rid of this, and it will be I'm just going to create another function here, and I will say let's do that a little bit differently. So def open JSON. I'm just going to create another function for JSON, and just comment that out quickly. So it will be with open file path, and that's going to be a string. Nope, sorry, I don't need to put that in there with open. With open, we're going to read the file. As f. Okay, so we're now going to open it and read it. And when you use if open, sorry, with, you don't actually have to close the file. It's a function that closes it. And then I'm going to load in the data, and I'm going to, when I load in the data, I'm going to use json.load. So JSON up here is the library that I imported, and I'm going to use JSON load to convert that file. So it's going to read it as a JSON and convert it to a dictionary for Python, and it's going to be F. And then what I want to do, I want to return data. Now the reason why I've done it as a function up here is because that just allows me in the future, if I'm using, like, if I have a different sort of format which is not JSON for a configuration file, then I can just expand upon this function to include something which is not JSON. So I've just enclosed it in that. Alright, so now what I could do here, I can say call that function, so open JSON file path. Okay. And this over here, I can just I could put it there before I actually run that code. And I can take it from there, take it off from here. Alright, so let's just put a print around that. Right, so and just run that. Okay, I've got an error, so invalid syntax. Just put a Alright, so I seem to have an issue here. So it says I'm missing if. There you go. Alright, so it's opened it up and it's returned a dictionary. So I can also just put a type in there so we can see that it is a dictionary. Sorry, my stomach is rumbling. So that's a dictionary, Python dictionary. So it's a JSON file and it's converted it into a Python dictionary. So that way we can start to use it. So that's my configuration. So let's get rid of the print, and I'm just going to return that. Right. So and let's put this in a variable. So I'll call that config equals and print config. I don't need to do that, but I'll just show you how I'm now getting it out of the okay, something I've done wrong again. What have I done wrong? It's my indentation. Or I thought it was my indentation. Right, I've got my def. Oh no, sorry, that is my indentation. There. $134. Okay, doing something wrong here. Oh, okay, sorry, I've missed a bracket off the end, that's why. There you go, dict. So I'm now getting that value into my main method. Alright, so just get rid of that print. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to now pass that dictionary to my Spark start. Because I'm doing this in a functional style, instead of referencing this directly, this class directly, I'm going to also put that in a function. So I will call that Spark start. And underneath that, just open this up a little bit more. I'm going to pass in the dictionary. So the dict which I'm going to pass in is going to be called config, and it will be a dictionary. And the aim is to return a Spark session. Alright, so I'm going to put another conditional here. So I'm going to call that if is instance config dict then I want to execute this statement. Right, so now what I can do, I'm just going to go up here and I'm going to grab this and I'm going to put it down here. And apologies if you can hear my stomach going. Alright, so what I need to do, I need to call that function. So it will be Spark start, and the value I'm going to have inside of it is going to be config, or the argument, a variable is going to be config, and I'm going to pass it to my Spark start. So let's just make sure that it gets passed okay. So config, and I'll just comment that out and we can run that. So it says if, oh it's okay, sorry, I've got a typo there, missed out the I. Okay, so something is wrong. It's not recognizing it as a dictionary, so let's just put this print statement over here. So I've got Spark start, and I'm just going to put a type and config. So let's just print out the type and the actual thing as well. I think I'm missing something somewhere. Okay, sorry. I need to put a pass here. Alright, so I've got the type, class dict. What's going on here? Oh, okay, sorry. This over here, I still had that on there, so let's just get rid of that. Alright. Okay, now that should work. Okay, so class dict, and this is what the contents of that configuration file looks like. So get rid of that. Now I can send it to my class. So my class is going to be config, Now I'm going to put it in here in the method. I could send this configuration directly here, which is I should probably call that something different actually, because it's a little bit confusing how I've done it. Let's call that conf for the moment, and I'll call this config. So I'm just passing in an empty dictionary here, and that won't, even if I call that config, it won't get confused with this one. But that is bad practice if I had both, because I'm kind of overwriting. I'm using the same variable name twice here, and in a mutable language that wouldn't be allowed. Yeah, so I'll call them something slightly different. Okay, so I'm going to pass the configuration to Spark start, and let's see what we get. And let's go back to here, and I should call that conf. Alright, so over here, I'm just going to say quargs. I mean, I could call that config, which I should probably do. I should probably call it config, just so that it's the same, but I'll call that quargs, as in keyword arguments, and I will say that is a dict. And I'm going to print out the contents of that, quargs. Alright, so now we're getting our configuration through to our class. We're instantiating a class and we're able to pass values to it. Alright, so so now what do we need to do? We need to okay, just gather myself here what I need to do next. So alright, so there's a few things I want to do on this, and let's just get rid of this to begin with. And the first thing I want to do, I want to set my values. So let's just see. Let's do that again. So, alright, so I've got it down here. So master, local, app name. So there's three values. There's three keys I want from this dictionary: master, app name, and log. So let's get those. Now, normally what I do, I don't know whether this is accepted or not, but if I'm getting something from outside of a method, of a class, I just put it in caps just for my own reference. So I'm going to say master equals quargs, and then master, and then app name equals quargs master, sorry, app name, and then logs equal logs. Well, let's be specific. Log level. And if you have a nested key, then this is how you would get a nested key. Level. Okay. Right, so the second thing I want to do here is create another class. So I will call that def. Just put a few more line spaces down here. And I'll call that create session. And right, so what I want to do, I want to pass in here master, and I want to pass in app name. And to call it, I would say create session. All right. So, oops, sorry. I need to put the parameters in. So I'm going to pass master. So these are positional arguments. App name, and it doesn't matter what I call them over here. I call that anything, but because they're positional, master will be passed to anything. Okay, and that's why I have these in lowercase rather than uppercase, because that just, from a readability perspective, that just helps me say, okay, my initial variable master, what am I doing with it? Okay, I'm sending it here, right? So if I need to make a change, if I'm going to make a change to master, I know the initial value that's being put into it is coming from here, and then it goes here and sent to here. Alright, so the next thing I need to do, I'm just going to put a description. So I'm just going to say create a Spark session, and below it I can build my Spark session. And I went through this in the other tutorial, my previous tutorials, so it's really the same thing, but I'm just now doing it as a class rather than doing it as procedural. So I'm going to say Spark session, and Spark session is that over there. And I can write this all on one line like this. The next one will be builder. Then the next one will be app name, and argument for app name will be the app name that I passed to it. And the next one will be master, and that will be what I passed to master. And then it will be dot get or create, and that's it. And then I can return Spark, my Spark session. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to divide this on different lines, because when you want to introduce new arguments to this, then it just makes it a lot easier. And with Python, you can just break up a string or break up an argument, which should be in one line, by using these end of line characters. And then what I want to do, I want to return Spark. But before I return it, I'm just going to print it, just to make sure that we get something back. Okay. So let's run that and see if that works. So it says there is a key error, and the key error means that I didn't put Spark conference first. So let's just copy that. So because this is going to be nested, then it's okay. so it says logs. So I think logs is, what is logs? Logs is log, not logs. So let's get rid of that S. Here are logs, I didn't say that. Right, there you go. So we now have a Spark session. And looks like we had an error. I'm just going to turn off my logging for a second. And then I'll come back to my logging. So if I just turn that off on the py4j for a sec, see if that helps. I'll just rerun that. Okay, so I've still got an error. Just read this. So line 30, Spark start, 22, 2228, in or create, context, get or create, batch size, serializer, gateway. Okay, that error shouldn't really be happening, so but let's see if we can get rid of it. Right, I'm just going to turn off my logging completely. I think I see the mistake here. Alright, so I've got this backspace, and that should get rid of it. Or return, not backspace, return. Okay, still didn't resolve it. So let's see what I'm doing wrong. Master, get or create, Spark session, builder, app name, master. Okay. It's unusual. I know I did write to that, so. Okay, seems like it's an error down here. And so just log level. Okay, that's a bit unexpected, but we'll see if we can get rid of it. It might be something to do with the version of the driver, I think. Alright, I think I might have to stop this and install Spark 3.1 or downgrade my PySpark driver. I have done a tutorial on that. I have done a tutorial on it, so you can see exactly how I install both Spark and PySpark. But I think that might be the issue of why that's happening, because this doesn't really look that expressive. Yeah, so it says illegal reflexive access. So 3.0.1. I think it could be that. Let's try and resolve this issue. So I think it is the driver. So I'm going to install the correct version of the driver. Let's see if that resolves the issue. So let's go to this tab, and I'll do a sudo pip 3 install PySpark. Right, so let's install it and let's see if it is the driver, which is the issue. Alright, so the one that I want to install is going to be PySpark, and let's just go over to, just to make sure. So I'm going to go to cd user local and cd spark, and it is 3.0.1. Alright, so let's install that version. So yeah, I've just downgraded. I mean, I could have upgraded to the latest version of Spark, but that might just take a little while. So just to make it a little bit more speedy, then I'll just downgrade for the moment. Okay, so now let's give that a spin and see if that works. Okay, great. So it was the driver. Your driver needs to be the exact same version as your Spark library that you've got installed. Alright, so let's clear this. And let's clear this, and let's just put some text formatting on this. So actually I won't do that for the moment. Let's just go back over here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to return this session. Return Spark. Alright, so there's a couple of things I want to show you on here. So the next thing I want to do is set the logging. Now when I run Spark, let's go back over here. When I run Spark, then it gives me loads of stuff here. It gives me loads of warnings, and there'll be some info stuff. Oh, by the way, here is my Spark session that I printed out. So it's giving me all like a load of stuff. When I actually run a job, it's going to output loads of other stuff as well. So what I want to do, I want to silence this, and I want to have control over being able to see it or not, or what I want to see, whether it's a warning, whether it's info, whether it's an error, etc., etc. Right. So I want to have some better control over that. And I'm just going to go over here first because my logging was absolutely fine. So I'm just going to turn my logging back on, and I'll just rerun that. So I know there's sometimes you get a conflict with the logging. Just put a pass under there quickly. Get rid of that error. No, sorry, I need to yeah, just make sure my logging is okay. Alright, so my logging is fine. There's no conflicts there. And what we can do, we can just go to the logs actually. So it's created a log, and I'll just go back to you know, what I was talking about. So here I've got the date. Here I've got the date, the time, the line, the name, debug, and the message. So, and there should be quite a few of these lines in here. And as I say, you know, with the JVM, it outputs a lot of stuff. So it's very verbose. Here you've got my master. So absolutely everything which is being set and operated on, it's spitting it out to the logs. But we'll revisit this a bit later when we actually start running stuff, and then you can see exactly the sort of stuff we want to look for. Alright, so I've put that back. Let's just go back to my class. And first of all, I just want to clean this up a little bit. So in my master, so as you can see up here, I'm importing typing, and there's just something I want to set over here quickly, and that is going to be optional. So here you can see I'm bringing in optional, and on optional I want to set my master to optional. And the purpose of doing this, as you will see, is that optional could either be a string or it could be a preset value. So I'm going to make it a preset value. So my master is going to be my local using all threads, and then my app name is going to be optional, and that will also be a string, and the default will be, I'll just call that my app. And I'll show you how that works. I will show you how that works a bit later. I will show you how that works a bit later. So, but just a quick explanation. What's happening here is that instead of just saying string, so up here, for example, I've got dict, and I want to pass a string into master, and instead of just saying string, I'm saying it's optional. It's an optional value. So my default is going to be this value. It is going to be a string. So if I pass in an actual value, that's going to override this default one here. So yeah, so that should run. So I won't test it for the moment. Yeah, actually I will test it, because sometimes I make errors and it's good to find out what my errors are. Alright, so let's get rid of this. So I have the option of passing in values or not. So let's run that. Alright, so there's no errors. It was able to accept no arguments because I've set a default for master and app name here. But what we want to do, we want to let's take a look exactly what we had passed. So before I do the logging, I'm going to create something called get settings. And in get settings, it's going to be the Spark session, which I pass in as an argument. and it's going to output none. And I'll just go back over to create session. So my create session will be a Spark session. As I say, Python is not strict in you know, if I didn't, it still works if I didn't pass that through, but it is good practice to pass that through and say this is what I'm returning. Okay, so in my get settings, I want to call that function get settings, and I'm going to pass in Spark. So when I create my session, I'm going to put that in a variable Spark, and I just want to print that out. So when I print it out, and I'll just put a comment up here, a description of this function. So it would be show Spark settings, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to print, and it will be Spark, and it will also be I'm going to print out a dictionary of all my settings within Spark. So it's going to be Spark dot Spark context, and it will be get conf dot get all. Now that, I think that should throw an error because I haven't imported Spark context, and so I just need to import that in. And from, if I can remember it, PySpark dot import. Just have to remember where I'm getting that from, actually. Right, so I'm getting that from, yeah, I'm just going to get that Spark context. Yeah, so I'm going to get that from PySpark. Alright. Alright, so let's run that. And Spark context has a capital. And capital down here. Session. Non-session line 33. Spark session. Spark session has no attribute Spark context. So actually, I think it is. Okay, it's not the same thing actually. I didn't need to import it. It is a lowercase. Get all. Okay, what have I got wrong here? So Spark context get conf get all. Just take a sec to figure out what's happening here. So what is it saying? Function object has no attribute get all. Well, it should do. Oh, okay. Brackets. Okay, so this is one of the errors that I was talking about that you get. So we'll get rid of that. So, but this is what I was looking for. I was looking for this. This is the dictionary. But let's just quickly resolve this. I'm going to run that again. If I run it again, maybe it will go away. But I think it's something to do with the logging. Yeah, so it's something to do with the logging and garbage collection. So when you run logging and you're also running the logger for the py4j, there is some sort of conflict. It doesn't affect your Spark code, but it just raises an error, and you can see that error in your console. All right. So at some point, I might be turning off my logging so I don't get that error coming up in the terminal. So this is what I was looking for. I was looking for the Spark object here, and I was also looking for this dictionary. So this tells us what we have in our dictionary. Now I'm just going to do this slightly differently. I'm just going to do some color text because it's really hard to look at stuff like this and figure out what's going on. So let's just put some colored text in here. So I'm going to create an F string. And that will be, what is it, 033, then 1, then 33M, and then closing brackets, 033, 0M, and that should color that as yellow. And then for this one, this will be 033, and I'll do that as cyan, which I think is 96M. And then to close it off, I do need to put that in brackets because we're using an F string. And that would be the same thing. So closing brackets, 33, 0M. And something doesn't look right. Over here. Alright. I think that's okay. Let's run that. No, it's wrong. What is it asking for? Alright, we've got that garbage collection thing happen again. So I might turn off my logging, but let's run it again. Alright, so this is what I was looking at. I was looking at this line here, so that's my Spark session object, and this is the dictionary. So in this code here, I've put in there get all, so that way I can get a dictionary of all my settings, and my stomach is still rumbling. Alright, so what I wanted to show you was Spark master is set to local, and where's my other one? I'm just trying to look for my app name. So here's my app name, and it's called sales. So now if I go back to this, and I don't include any settings for setting master or app name, then you'll still see local because that's my default, but you'll see it change to app name for the app name. So let's put that in there and run it. Oh, I think I know what's happening. Why I'm getting that error is because that garbage collection error is because I'm not stopping Spark. So I need to put in there. Let's oh, I'll just show you this quickly. So here is where's app name? App name, my app. So I just wanted to show you that. All right, so I'll just undo this. Master and app name, just put that back in there. And what I need to do, I need to go over to jobs, and I need to import a session. Oh, I've already got a session imported. All right, so let's put in another function. So we call that Spark stop. And there's a Spark session, and we want to return nothing. So that will be Spark dot stop. Very important to put that in there, because otherwise it's really going to conflict with memory, because you just got these sessions that are not being closed. So I should have thought of that from the start, to be honest. And let's call that Spark stop. And we need to pass in the session. So that means we need to output the session. And I don't think that will work just yet. And I'll just put in a conditional here. If instance Spark session else none. Alright, so so let's go up here and we need to return Spark. So let's return Spark from this method, and then that way we can stop it, and that will prevent that continued error of the garbage collection. So let's just run that. Got an error over here. I've got a colon on the end of that function. And that should stop that. Oh, it's still happening. Okay. So yeah, it could. I think it is the logger, to be honest. So for the moment, let's turn the logger off. I'm going to turn that one off the py4j. All right, that might come back. If it comes back, then I'll turn off all of the login for the moment. All right. Okay, what am I going to do next? Okay, so what I want to do, I've shown you that. I've shown you the dictionary of all the settings inside, and the next thing I want to show is setting the login. So the logging that I'm now going to show you is different to the logger, the built-in logger by Python. This is now going to be the Spark logger. Now what I want to do, I want to set it. And I want to bring in the Spark session, and I want to return nothing. And just up here, I will set logging. Okay, and I need to pass in the Spark session. Okay, and that's going to be Spark dot Spark context dot set log level, and it's going to be log level because I'm going to pass that in as an argument. So I need to pass in 2 arguments. And I'm also going to make that optional, and it will be a string or none. So the default is going to be none. So if I pass in a string, then it's going to pass in what that string value is. It's going to set it. So I'll just put a conditional on the end of that. If is instance log level string, else none. Right, so if it's a string, then I want to set the log level. If it's not a string, it's just none, then I'll do nothing, because in my default I've got it set as a as null. So let's just go back to my default. So my log level is just set as null, and in JSON null is interpreted as none when it's converted to a dictionary for Python. So just go back to that. And so nothing's really going to happen. I'll just run that. Alright, so just got an error here. So we'll still get a load of output, to be honest. Yeah, so we've still got a load of output, so nothing's going to happen, so that's not working. Sorry, it is working, but because I've set it to none, then it's not going to set a log level. Now, what I can do, I can set, if I set it to warn, or if I set it to something, then it would work. So, so let's set it to warn. but still, nothing's really going to happen, to be honest. There's another step that I need to show you. So let's set it to info. Okay, so it's nothing is okay. So here we've got the info. So we've got the info being output, and I'll just stop that. I really need to shut this down properly. Okay. So I'm not sure if that Spark stop is working correctly, but I'll just come back again and set this to none for a sec. Alright, so what I need to do, I'm going to shut off logging completely, and to do that I'm going to go to a particular file. So within my Spark, if I just cd into this, I'm going to go to, I think it's conf. So within this folder there is a file which is called log4j properties.template. So this is the particular file that I need to copy. So I'll just do a sudo cp and I'll copy this file. So this particular file, it's a template, and it has all the settings for the logging being done by Spark, and so everything by default you get the full logging, and to restrict the logging then you would do some configurations within this file. So so what I need to do, I just need to copy it, and I just copy the template, and I'll do a sudo because it's in this particular directory structure, which is user local, so that needs my permissions. So I'll just put in my password. Okay, so I've now copied that file, and what I can do is start making some changes to it. So I'll just do a sudo vim, and then it's this particular line which I need to make a change to. So I'll just do a copy of it, of that line. I could just go directly into it and change it, but I'll just make a copy of it. It's always good to make copies of lines which you make changes to in configuration files, so that way you know you can kind of backtrack what you did and change things back if you need to. Okay, so right, I've now made that change, and let's just go back here. And now I can run Spark again. It's the wrong one, so by the way, I'm coming back into this this evening, so I had to stop, and I'm now coming back. So you can see the time is now 8 o'clock. Alright, so where have I left off? So I'm still getting an error message in here, and I'm still getting some logging. So what I need to do, I need to fix this. So right, what do I need to do? I need to first sort out the logging, and if I just run that one more time again, So I think that error, okay, that error is still there again. Alright, so there's a couple of things that I'm going to do. First of all, I'm just going to make a change to my version. So I'm currently running Java version 11. So if I downgrade that and I switch to sudo update alternatives config Java, and then I'm going to switch to 8, so 8 is 2. Okay, and just do the version again. So I'm now on version 8, so let's give that another try. Okay, so I've still got the error message, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to completely switch off logging and see if that is an issue. Okay, so it seems to have gone away, so it is a conflict of the logging. Let's just try that one more time. Okay, so it is a conflict of the logging and garbage collection. Now what I do want to get rid of this bit up here. I completely want to get rid of that. So let's just test a couple of things here. So I've switched on my logging. So 100%. Let's just double check. Don't need to double check because I know I have, because you just saw me do it, but just to make sure. Right. Alright, so I'm definitely I've definitely got it switched off. I've got info switched off, so it's just this errors which I've asked it to tell me about. But I seem to still be getting this bit up here, and what I want to do, I just want to completely turn it off. So the only thing that I should see are just these two lines at the bottom. So for some reason it's still giving me this bit up here. It's not a big deal, but for cleanliness I do want to get rid of it, so I will come back to that. But what I want to show you now is this bit. So I am now in full operation of the logging. So let's just go to JSON, and I'll put in here 1. And then I'll run it. I'm not really running any jobs, so I won't really see that much. But we'll see what other warnings come up. Okay, so let's just go back. And I'll put put in info. And I've also put in my stop. So let's go to jobs. So I've also put in stop over here. Now I'll probably just change this. No, I can leave. I think I can leave it. So yeah, if instance Spark is a Spark session, then none. Otherwise, Spark stop. I think that should be okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's just go back to the class. And we can run it. So here we are here. So, and I'm not sure if I did make a slight change. As I said, I had to have a little bit of a break earlier on, and I've now come back to it about 8 o'clock, and I've updated this line over here to if log level else none, and I think I might have had that as if is instance log level. So I've just changed that to log level. And let's give that a run. Alright, so now I'm in full control of the logging, and you can see that it has raised an info. And I can just do a Control C to stop that. If I'm running a job, then it will run the job and then it will quit. Alright, so that's the logging. It's a little bit late, and this video has gone on for I think a couple of hours maybe, so, or maybe 2.5 hours, so I think it's a bit long. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to divide this video into 2 parts, and yeah, so I'll do another version, I'll do another follow-up to this video where I continue with the rest. And in the rest of the video, what I'll do, just go back to my structure, I'm going to do the rest of what I need to in jobs, which is all the custom stuff. So we're going to look into the folder. So if I just go to the folder, we're going to go into this folder, and we're going to recursively look at all of the files within that folder, and we're going to create one data frame which we can then perform some transformations on. And so we'll also import customers and products. And so what I'll need to do, I need to include in my class a way in which I can recursively look into those folders and grab all of those file paths. And whether it's a CSV or JSON, then I want to do something specific with it when opening those files and creating a data frame. And then what else do we have here? So yeah, so that's that for now. So what we'll do, we'll open up some data frames, we'll then create another method to do the transformations, and then yeah, and I think after that I'll probably do another video, a third video, where we're running some tests, and then maybe I'll do a fourth one where we're doing the SQL. But I'll do full videos for everything that we need to complete, so we have a full application. I'll upload the application to GitHub, where you can download it, and by following this tutorial and the rest of the tutorials to come, you would understand exactly what the code is doing, and then you can add your own customizations you know, to the library. So yeah, and if you are new to Python, if you're new to yeah, just coding, you can still follow along with this as well. It's pretty easy to follow along, as long as someone is explaining it, the whys and the hows. Just writing code and watching someone write code, or just looking at code and not knowing what it does is the difficult bit. Once it's fully explained, that's when it gets easy. Alright guys, so what I'll do, I'll conclude this. It's been quite a long one. I had to take a break earlier on, so I've now come back, just quickly finished off the logging bit, and yeah, I'll follow up with another video. Alright, cheers guys. Okay, so I'm back with the second tutorial, and in the first tutorial of building our Spark ETL framework, we had created some files and we got a connection up and running, a Spark session up and running. So we'll just do a quick recap, and what I'll do, I'll just throw in this folder and I'll start taking a look at some of the stuff that we previously did. And here we've got the classes folder, and we created a class file called PySpark, and here we've got all of our connection details in there. And also, if I just go into jobs, jobs is where we actually do our custom let's say runs of executions of particular jobs that we might want to do, any custom jobs that we want to do. And for this one we have created a job called sales, and that will grab data from this particular folder, which is called sales, and here we have a folder called transactions, and in transactions we've got some JSON data, and then we've also got in sales, just go back to that folder again, we've got a customers CSV file, and we've got a products CSV file. So this is the data we'll pull into our framework and do some transformations on that. And as you can probably guess, what we're going to do is just really join that data and aggregate it, so it will give us some meaningful output. And here we've got one for Twitter as well. So Twitter, I would later revisit what I did in my earlier tutorials, where I'm now putting it into this framework, so that way it's a lot easier to work with if you want to introduce more Twitter data into this particular framework. And then we've got a folder for tests. So tests is blank at the moment. I haven't yet set anything up. As mentioned in my first tutorial, an ideal way to handle tests is to probably write the tests as you write the code. So that way you're validating what you do, and then you can make corrections and tighten up your code where you need to when you start getting failures. But I won't do that for the moment. What I'll do, I'll write the code, and then towards the end of the tutorial we can start running some unit tests. Alright, so and here's another folder, SQL, and in SQL there's nothing in it. Later we might want to do some joins using some SQL queries, so if we're more comfortable with writing SQL, which can be somewhat complex queries that we might feel more comfortable doing in SQL rather than as a data frame, then we have that option too. Okay, so let's actually run our file. So let's run it to see where we are. So if I just go into jobs, and I'm just going to throw this folder in here, sorry, this file in here. Sometimes I confuse my words. I might say file when I mean folder, or folder when I mean file, or you might notice that. Alright, okay, let's run that. Alright, so here we've got a connection. I'll just Control C to stop that, and we'll tighten up the way we stop this session, because we really shouldn't need to Control C it. It should stop if we put in some code in there to stop it. So a quick recap. What I did some updates to our log properties file, and as you can see, you know, I had loads of junk at the top, warnings at the top. That's now gone, and the reason why it's gone is because I had to uh, restart my machine, and then that way, you know, the logging got set as it should, and that's now gone. So it's working exactly as I would like it to work. I did have some problems with logging where there was some garbage collection where I was doing additional logging using the the Python logger, and there were some conflicts with the JVM. So what we'll do, we'll reactivate the Python logger a little bit later, and then we'll just fix some of those issues. But for now, it's working exactly as I would like it, where I've switched off all of those info and warn logs that were being set by Spark. And what I've done, you know, this is not an ideal thing to do, but I'm printing to the terminal, and here I've got exactly the type of setting which I am configuring my logging to do, which is info, and then also I have my PySpark session, and then I've got printing to the terminal a dictionary of my settings for Spark, and then here you can see all of the info stuff being printed. So let's just go back to our JSON file and let's update our configuration. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn off logging completely. So let's say null as my level, and then we can rerun that. Okay, so that's now run. What I'll do for the moment, I will keep this here. So that just serves as some information as we're working through this project. But as I say, ideally, you know, if you are working as a developer, then it is bad practice to print to the terminal. If you want to print something, then it's best to do it in your unit tests, and then that way you can validate exactly what's under the hood, and you know, you can verify some of those values. Alright, so the next thing that I'm going to do, I am going to just go to sales, which is my jobs, and we're going to start doing a lot more intensive stuff within the classes. So the next thing that I need to do, oh, and before I start, let's just do a little bit of cleaning up a bit. So I think what I did, I'm just going to make some changes here, right? So what I did, I have config here, so I have this particular dictionary, which I call config, and then I am setting a dictionary when I call my class Spark, sorry, my Spark class. So class PySpark, Spark class, which is in this particular folder here. So everything that I'm writing for Spark, I'm putting it into object-orientated programming style inside of a class, and that way I can call it here. And then I have a default dictionary which I'm carrying through to that class, and I'm calling it conf. Now, in much of my code, this is how I do it, and elsewhere when I write Python, and I just for consistency, what I want to do, I just want to call that config instead, and then I'm going to call this one conf. So whatever I pass to whatever I raise as my configuration from my JSON file, I'm just going to call that conf. So, and I only do it up here where I pass it to Spark start. So conf, I pass that as an argument to my method Spark start. So Spark start is here, you've got conf, and then I'm passing conf to Spark start in my class. Sorry if that sounds confusing. But if you follow on from my previous tutorial, then you'll get fully up to date exactly where I was going with this. Alright, so yeah, I think that looks good. Let's just rerun that again just to make sure I haven't missed anything. That works okay. Alright, so it's saying that on line 36 unexpected keyword argument config. So what that means, I just need to go back to my classes and reset that as config, and this just really kind of matches how I do things everywhere else. So let's just make that change in the class, and I'll just do a quick scan to see if I've got it anywhere else. And I think that looks okay, so I can't see where I've got it anywhere else, so yeah, that should be good. So let's just run that and see if that works okay. Alright, so it's working absolutely fine. So okay, so the next thing I want to do, now that I've set up my session, so I've put my session in a class, I can call that class object, and then I can create a session from it, and then I can pass that session all throughout my code. So now what I want to do is I want to import some data, and so to do that I am going to create a method inside of my job. Excuse me, I'll just get my phone quickly. Okay, so what we'll do, we will just make some space up here. So now that we have a Spark session, we want to import some data, and we want to grab the data from our transactions folder. So that is the folder with the many directories. So what we want to do, we want to create a new function, and we're going to call that function import data. And this is the call. This will be the call of the function, and the data that we'll pull in, we'll put it into a variable, and we'll call that transaction df. So with transactions df, that will be a data frame, and the arguments that we need to pass into import data will be our Spark session, and then we also need to pass in our data. So as you can see, I've got this project directory, so I'm going to use that. I mean, you can put in a full absolute path of a directory if you've got your data somewhere else, but because I've got this data in a particular folder which is called test data, then you know, I'm just going to reference the data from that folder using an f string. So if I just copy all of this, which I did before, and I can just put that f string in there and call that folder test data. So I'm going to grab my data from here, and that will be sales, and I think that will be transactions. Okay. And just double check, so test data, sales, transaction. So from this folder I will grab that data, and so the intention is going to be to recursively look through all of those folders and grab all of the files, and then also filter the type of files that I want to get. Alright, so let's go back. I'll just collapse that folder and we'll go back here. So I now need to create a function which is called import data. So import data, and we are going to pass a Spark session into that function, and then we're also going to pass a path. So let's call that data path rather than file path, and that will be a string, and what we intend to get back will be a data frame. So we'll call that data frame. Close off our function, and then we just want to put some clauses in here. So I'll just copy this one here. So we just want the same thing, because we want to make sure that we get a session, and we also, now we could probably do some more checks in this bit here, but I'm just going to make a decision on whether I make the checks for the file path or the data path inside of the class or this particular function. But for the moment I'll just put a validation of our instance, Spark session instance, and just put a colon on the end, and I think that's okay. Let's do just a quick print of Spark. So import data, Spark, yep, we've got our data, our folder, and this is an F string, so let's run that, see if that works. Okay, so I didn't see that output, so let's test that for a sec. I'm just going to get rid of this, and let's print our output. Okay, so I've got a none here. So let's take a look as to why that's happening. So I've got Spark. So let's take a look at Spark and see what output is coming out. And I'll just comment that out, and I can grab this and put it up here, this print statement for Spark, and let's just see what output we've got. So we've also got a none. Alright, so let's fix that. And I believe what that could possibly be is that maybe we're not returning anything. So we are returning something. So we are returning Spark, the Spark session. Let's just go up a little bit. Spark start, create session, return Spark. Create session, we've got Spark. Okay, so that really should output. So let's take a look at sales one more time. Spark start, Spark start. Okay, so our Spark start, we're not returning anything. So let's just put a return in there. And then we can run that again. Okay, still nothing coming out, so, or being returned. So let's take a look at that a little bit more. Okay, let's take a look at that configuration. So I'm just gonna pass these values all the way through just to make sure that I can see what's coming out. So if I put another print statement in there, and we'll run that. Okay, so the configuration is coming through. Oh, here we go. Right, so we've definitely got the session. Maybe I didn't save it, so that's what probably happened. I didn't save it properly. Let me double check that again. Not that I really need to. Okay, so that's fine, that's now coming through, and I can get rid of this print statement. And now what I can do, I can just validate it here. Let's just put 2 hyphens so I know exactly where it is in my code. Okay, so it's now coming through, so that's good. And we can get rid of that, and we can now do what we need to. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a an object within my class PySpark file. And the reason why I'm going to put it there, I'm going to create it there, is because I want to make it reusable. So if I've got another job and I want to import data, then I'm going to use the same object in order to do that. Alright, so now what I need to do, let's create a function, a object, and I'm not going to forget my return this time. Alright, so we're going to call that import data. So it's really the same name as this one here, but because import data is coming from this class, there's no conflict in that. And I need to I'm just going to take that away, that argument, for the moment, and just have a little think about what I'm going to pass in here. So I want to pass in the Spark session, the data path, and I'm also going to pass in a pattern for the particular file which I want to open. So if I've got like a particular pattern of a file name, a group of file names, a file extension, then I want to be able to put in some type of logic in order to get the type of data I want to get back, I want to use, because it could be loads of different files in that directory and its subdirectories, and there might be some files that I don't want. Alright, so now what I'll do, I will I'm just going to go back to the top here, and I'm just going to put another argument in here, so that will be that will be, I'm going to get JSON files, and I'm going to put a regex, I'm going to use a regex pattern. So the extension is going to be .json, and the $ just means it's at the end of the line. So for each file name, full file name, I'm going to do a pattern match on that file name, and I'm looking towards the end of the string .json, which is the file extension. So let's just put in our arguments. So our arguments will be the Spark session, so we need to pass that in, our data path, and I'll call it data path rather than file path, because I could be opening a directory or I could be opening a particular file. So I'll just call it data path, and then I want an argument which is called pattern. So we've got 3 arguments: Spark, data path, and pattern. And over here we want to pass in pattern. So pattern, and what I want to do, I just want to make this flexible, so that, let's say for example, let me explain that. So let's do 2 arguments here. So let's say for example, I don't pass in a pattern, I just pass in the Spark, 2 arguments, the Spark session, and then also the string for the data path, and I've got no pattern because I want to get all of the files. So I want to make that an option as well, and I need to account for that. So let's see how we will account for it. I want to make pattern optional. So in my argument, sorry, in my variable, then I want to now use optional. And if you can remember, let's just go back up here. Optional is an attribute of typing, and that allows you to create something which is optional. And as you can remember, let's just go back to class Spark, because I think in class Spark I did something like this, and here you've got optional, and I said we're going to pass in a string, and the default is going to be my app. So I'm going to do something similar, and what I'm going to pass in, I'm going to pass in none. So pattern can also be none. So it's going to be a string, but the default is going to be none. Alright, so that kind of tightens that up, and I think we're good. So let's create the method in our object, and we'll create something over here, and we'll call that import data, and we need to specify self because it's a class, and then we're just going to pass in all of those values, so, or parameters. So let's go back to sales, and I'll just copy what I've done here. Actually, I'll just copy the whole thing, the whole line. And we'll just paste that in. Okay. Alright, so let's test that just to make sure that all of that data comes through. And let's see what we get. So we can try the different options, one which has a pattern and one which doesn't have a pattern. Sorry, my copying and pasting is all over the place, so let's just copy and paste that one more time. Here we go. And we can get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. And we can take a look at what we've got. So yeah, let's run that. So let's just go back to sales, and the first one we're going to do is we're going to pass in Spark, the Spark session, the string for the data path, and also our pattern, regex pattern, which is also a string. So let's do that, shall we? And I'll just clear that for the moment and run that. Okay, so I've got some problems here, and let's take a look at that. So it says in Spark class I've got 3 takes from 2 positional arguments before a given. Okay, I think I know what I did. I forgot to do something, which was the self. Yeah, so I need to pass in self first, and then now I can run it. Alright, so I've got my session, I've got my data path, and I've got my regex pattern, so that works okay, that's fine. Alright, so the next one I want to test. I want to test the other one where I'm not passing in a pattern and I expect to get none. So let's see how that works. Let's just go to sales. Sorry if I'm going fast. I've realised I have to kind of speed this up a bit, because if I go too slow, it's gonna take a very long time. So I want to kind of speed it up a little bit, which is not ideal for a lot of people, I guess, but it kind of shortens it, condenses the video a little bit, and it's not so scary when you see a video which is like 2.5 hours or 3 hours long. Alright, so let's try this one where I don't have a pattern, and let's see if I get none. Alright, so I've got none for my pattern if I don't include a pattern, which is good. Alright, so I am going to just start working on the regex pattern first, and let's go to our class Spark. So I can now just reside here for the moment, and I can start building up my my method. And then inside of my method, I'm just going to use pure functional programming. So yeah, that's my style, the mix of object-oriented programming and functions. Just makes things a lot easier to read and simpler to work with. Right, so the first thing I want to do, because I'm passing in a data path, I'm not specifying whether it's a directory or a file, then I need to put in some initial logic to test whether it's a file or it's a directory. And if it's a file, then I can just do something with it. If it's a directory, then I can crawl and recursively open up all of the files and folders within that directory. So let's get rid of that print statement. Typically I like to have a lot of print statements, but it's bad practice, so I'm going to try and avoid putting in too many print statements. Let's just get some more space underneath there. Right, so the first one I'm going to put in here is I'm going to call that file or directory, and I'm going to pass in here my data path, and that's going to be a string, and I'm going to output a string. So the string which I'm going to output is just going to be file or directory, and then I'll do something with those values. And the first thing I need to do, I need to put in some logic. So I'm going to put in a if is instance data path if it's a string, and if the path exists, then I want to do something with it. So let's put in data path, and let's test that out. So I'm going to print data path, and I'll say so I'll say is legit, and let's test that out, shall we? But first I need to call that function. So it will be file or directory, and I need to pass in the data path argument, and we can run that. File directory is not defined, so let's go back, and that was a capital O. Run that again. Is legit. Okay, alright, so let's just test it, and we'll just test whether it, if I put in some rubbish, then I won't get anything back. So if my folder doesn't exist, so let's put in some rubbish, and I don't expect to get anything back. So this kind of just putting in these kind of conditionals tightens up our code. And what I tend to do is I rather kind of narrow it down to either it's going to be none or it's going to be something, and that something is going to be something which I know it will be. It's either going to be a dict, a list, a string, etc., etc. So that way I don't have to have too many conditionals. I don't have to like long conditionals. I can just put in a if instance looking for something specific. Alright, so that is okay. And we'll just go down here, and oh sorry, I'll just go back to my cells, which I am in my cells, and I'll just get rid of XX, and I can go back to my class Spark, and I can carry on writing this function. So I can get rid of this now. I know that works. So I'm going to put in a conditional which is if os dot path is directory. So this is a built-in function of Python. Put a dot there. Data path. Then I'm going to return directory, else or lf os dot path is file, and we've got data path. Then I'm going to return file. Okay, and we can excuse me. And we can test it out. So So let's just put a, oh sorry, let's put a print around this for a sec, and we can just print out what we get back. And I'll just go back to sales, and I will also put in a path to one of our other data files, which is a CSV. So let's just go back over here. So here we've got sales, and then we've got customers CSV. So let's grab that one. So let's test as to what it is, but we'll run the test on the directory first. Oh, okay, let's run the test on this one first, and I'll just put in here customers df, because later we want to capture customers CSV as a data frame into what we'll call customers data frame df, and then we can test that. So that is a file, so it's recognized that as a file, and if I go back on transactions, run that, it should recognize that as a directory. Directory, dir, okay. That all works. And I can go back to my class and start putting some more stuff into here. So I'll now capture that into a variable, and I'll call that path type. So path type equals the function. And then what I want to do, I want to do something. So I want to do something with the data path if it's a directory. So I want to recursively open all of everything in the directory if it's a directory, and then if it's a file, I just want to directly open a file and create a data frame based on that. So let's put in some logic. So we'll create some more functions here. So the next function is going to be open directory. And the next one will be open file. Okay. So let's work on the open directory one first, and the argument I want in here will be the data path, and that will be a string. And then I also want to pass in the pattern. And remember that the pattern is optional. So I'll just copy what I did there. And in my open file, the only thing that I want to put in there is the data path, because we know what the extension is going to be, because the extension is on the file. And yeah, so let's start doing this. Let's have a little think about this for a sec. Let's put in our conditionals first. So I'm probably going overboard on these conditionals, but I'll put them in there anyway, and I could probably update them if I need to. But it's probably a good thing that I put these conditionals in there, because let's say, for example, I wanted to take, let's say for example, this function, and I wanted to put it outside of this method, then this method being import data, because I'm going to reuse it somewhere else, then I've already got the conditionals, which is looking to see whether the path exists. But it is overkill, because I could do all of my checking in file or directory, and if it's not a file or directory, if it's none, then I could just put something else here. But yeah, it doesn't hurt to put it in there again. But the aim is to try and reduce your code as much as possible, make it efficient and less lines. Alright, so I need to list the directory, so let's just put a pass in here for a sec in the open file function, and let's start doing something with open directory. So what I want to do, I want to list the directory. Now what I'm going to do, just for tidiness, I think I'm going to create another method rather than a function within this method. I'm going to create it outside of import data. So let's call in the function open directory, and I want to pass in the data path, but also when I pass in the data path, I want to pass in another function. So that function is something I'm going to create, and I'm going to call that. Let's create another function down here. So we'll call that a list directory. And because it's outside, it's a completely new method, which is outside of import data. Let's align it properly. Then let's put some more space down here. Right, we want to pass in the data path, and that will be a string, and the intention is to get a list of files back. And what do we need to put in here? So we're going to write some functions inside of here, and the first function I want to do is to recursively look through the folder. So let's call that recursive file list. And I say the word recursive quite a lot because there was once a time when I didn't know what it meant, and someone, a developer, said it, and I just didn't know what he was talking about. So, and then when I finally looked it up and understood what it meant, then I tend to use it quite a bit. But I had no clue what he was talking about. But I do now. Alright, so we want to put in a directory, so directory, and that data path, we'll call that directory because we know it's a directory rather than just a undefined data path. Alright, so, and I'll just put in a conditional, which is if OS path exists, which is the directory, then we want to do something. So I'm just going to open up a list because I want to capture it into a list, and I might come back and tidy this up a bit because I try to stay away from for loops, and I'll give you more insight later as to why I tend to do that. But for the moment, I'll just capture everything. So we've got directory path, directory name, and we've got file names, and we're going to use a method called osWalk, and this is the recursive part of the code, which walks through the directory and returns all of the paths, the directory names, and the complete file names. So, or sorry, or just the file names. And that's going to be a for loop, and I'll just show you what that looks like. So let's do a print statement on directory path, directory name, and file name. Okay, and what we need to do, we need to call that function. So I'm just going to copy that. And let's state what this is. That's a string, and it's going to return a list. Alright, let's run that. But first we have to call this method, and we have to put it up here. And we're calling it from our class. So here we are. Okay. And then the argument, and then let's just, in this class, we need to put in self.config, because it's a requirement to pass that parameter now that we've specified it. And then we're going to pass in the data path. Okay, right, so let's see if that works. So, and let's put in a conditional, so we'll say if path type equals directory, else none. Okay, so quick recap. So we're over here. We're in this function, import data, and over here we're going to check whether it's a file or directory. It's going to return directory or file populated into path type. Then we're going to open directory if path type equals directory, else none. Nothing will happen. And then we come over to open directory, and if that instance exists of the data path, we're then going to call this function. Sorry, we're going to open up this class, and we've got this method inside the class, which is a list directory, and we're going to pass that into list directory down here, and then we're going to call this function, which is recursive file list. We're going to pass in a directory, and if directory exists, we're going to open up a list, which we call file list, and we're going to use this Python method, which is to walk through the directory, and then we're just going to print out directory path, directory name, and file name. So fingers crossed there's no mistakes, and that will work. And let's clear this for a sec. And there is a mistake. So line 54 of our class PySpark in open directory. Let's take a look at what we've done there. Okay, we've forgotten the closing bracket, and the intention will be to return a list. Okay, so that's returned everything. So that's recursively looked through our folders, and it's got everything back. So in each of these we've got a file called transactions.json, and it's returned that back. So that seems to be working. And let's populate our list. So we'll say, just get rid of this. We'll say file list dot append, and we're going to append, let's create an F string, the directory path and the file name. So let's populate that into our list and print that out, which should now be in a list. And we'll take a look at that. Or actually, I think I'm jumping the gun a bit here, so I think what I need to do, I need to put in another loop, which will be for file name in file names. Then I want to do the appending. Okay, and I think that looks okay. Right, so let's give that a shot. Let's clear that. Hopefully there are no mistakes. Okay, that's worked just as I expected it to. So now we've got the full list of files that we recursively, here I go with that word recursive again. So we recursively looked through our directory and grabbed all of the files in the folders. So that works exactly as I expected it to. And what we can do, we can get rid of that print statement, and we can return the file list. And so I'll just say file list equals recursive file list directory. Alright, so so as you can remember, we've got the pattern in there. So I've just returned everything, right? So okay, let's take a step back here. So I'm going to do this a little bit differently. Let's say, for example, I just wanted to grab files which were in this particular folder. So let's take a look at our folders again. We've got transactions, so D equals and we'll go over here. Well, I can do this a little bit differently, so I'm just going to take a step back a little bit, and I'm going to go to jobs, go to sales, and instead of transactions, I'm going to go up to sales, because I know in sales I've got 3 file types. I've got, sorry, I'm in transactions. Let's collapse transactions. I've got customers, which is CSV, products, which is CSV, and I've got transactions, which are a load of JSON files. So if I just go back one and I go through sales, I'm going to get everything. These 3 file types, JSON and, sorry, 2 file types, CSVs as well as JSON. Oh, sorry, just go back over here, and Now if I go to classes, let's put in our filter. So we're going to test our filter. And in list directory, I want to pass in our filter. So the filter will be the pattern which we pass in. So and let's just copy the pattern. And we'll just put it up there, so that pattern could be populated or it could be none, but the default will be none. So if it's not none, then it will pass in the string what it is. Alright, so I want to pass in, I want to create a new directory, sorry, a new function, and I'll call that filter files. Now what I could have done, I could have put my filter logic over here, but because I'm writing this in a functional way, then I want to make it very specific that in one function I'm returning a list of all the files, and in another one I'm going to do my filtering. Just a lot more easier to manage as code. Alright, so we're going to pass in the file list, which is going to be a list, and we're going to pass in the pattern. Okay, and that will be a string, and we'll call file list, sorry, filter files, and that will be our file list and our pattern. And I only want to call that if my pattern is not none. And to specify that, I could say just if pattern. I don't have to say if not none. I can just say if pattern, which will be true. Else none. Now what I could do, I could say file list if pattern equals none. Alright, else. Okay, so what I've done here, I'm saying if pattern is none, which is the default, then I want to pass in, I want to return file list. Let me just put a return over here. I want to return file list if my pattern is none. But if my pattern is true, then I want to pass in, I want to return filter files, and in filter files I'm passing in my file list as well as my pattern. And then I've got else none, which is I just need to have, oh, I could just remove that. I could remove that. So here I've got something which is quite succinct, which is return file list if pattern equals none, else return file list. But what if pattern is just an empty string? So maybe I do want to put in something, so I could just say if pattern equals empty string, because I can still pass in an empty string, right? And then I can say else none. Okay, so that's tightened that up a bit. So my conditional all in one line for my return. Alright, so now what I want to do, I want to pass in my files, so I can say my file list, I can put in a conditional which is or I won't put in a conditional for the moment. Later when we do our tests, I can put in more conditionals. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put in, I'm going to write a statement which is list comprehension. So I'm going to say return x, sorry, I'm going to return a list, and I'm going to put in my statement, which is going to be x for x in file list if search, sorry, re search rejects f pattern. Sorry, because that's an f string, I need to make that a variable, and then x. Alright, so what I'm doing here, I'm doing this all in one line, which is called a list comprehension. If I didn't do it in one line, I could do it like this. I could say for x in file list, and x is just the item or the file, so I could say file path in file list if re dot search exactly what I've written here. I won't write it again, or let's write it again, so just for cleanliness, so you can really see it. Then and then I can say, and if I were to do that, I would have to put something up here, which is file list, and that will be append file list, call that a new file list dot append file path, and then I could return a new file path. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm doing here in this list comprehension, but what I'm doing everything into one line. So let's get rid of that, and we'll just return a new list. So we know it's a list because it's in square brackets, and I'm doing my loop, and instead of calling that file path, I'll just call that x, as you would in a lambda statement, and then I've got my conditional at the end, so exactly how I write conditionals on the end over here. I've got my conditional on the end, and then I'm just looping my for statement, and then here I've got return of x, which is going to be inside of this list, and I'm just going to return it. So this is just a nice cleaner, short way of writing a statement, and this is what I was saying by not doing this so much, which is all of these for loops. And you might be quite used to writing for loops. At one point I was, before I started using list comprehension and lambda, but because you see lambda and list comprehension a lot in data manipulation and data science in Python, it's good to get used to it and start reading it and just be more reliant on it, particularly when it comes to lambda, because when things are shortened down, you need to be able to read code. Alright, so hopefully everything works, and let's try that out. So instead of the return statement for the moment, I am going to, no, actually I will put in the return statement, and I'll just print it out over here. So I'll call that new list equals the class, and I'll say print out new list. I'll probably get a mistake, an error, but we'll see. Alright, so that has worked, and let's take a look at it. So I can see the CSV, so the CSV is still there, so it's gone through the entire directory at the point of sales. So at this point where I specified it, it's gone through the whole thing, so my filter hasn't worked. So let's just go back, and I'm just going to check to make sure, just check a few things here. So I'm going to go to jobs, sales, and I do have a filter here, so that filter hasn't worked, so let's just troubleshoot that to see why that hasn't worked. And I'm just going to put some print statements in here to begin with. So let's just switch that off, and let's see what we're passing through. So let's take a look at pattern. So pattern should be a string rather than none. Okay, it is none, so I'm passing in none. So let's take a look at why that is. So I've got self directory and pattern. So let's just go back up here, and I've got open directory. So let's take a look at pattern. And okay, open directory, I'm not passing in pattern, so let's pass in pattern. Oh. And give that a test. Alright, so I'm still passing in none. Alright, and let's take a look. So let's see if I can just print pattern over here and see if I'm passing anything through, and I'll just create a string. And this is the reason why I put a load of print statements in, and sometimes I leave print statements in my code. So I'm definitely passing in the pattern JSON over here. I think I didn't save it again properly, so as I can see, I'm now getting pattern down here as well, so I'm now passing in pattern. So yeah, I pass in a lot of print statements in my code, and years ago when I was doing web development, some guy made a comment on a forum, because I'd asked a question on a forum on how to debug something, and he just said one thing that just resonated with me throughout my entire career, and he said if you can print it to the screen, then you know you're passing it. And I've always just followed that advice. If you can print it to the screen, then you know you're passing it. And that's why I put so much print statements to see exactly what's coming into the terminal. Alright, so let's give that a shot. So we'll just go back down here, and we'll see if all of this is now working, which is the file filter file. So we've got filter files, and oh, okay, yeah. So we're returning the new list. So then we've got the pattern, which is a string. Okay, if search finds that pattern, which is a regex pattern. So let's give that a shot. so I've got none, and I am returning my file list. If I just go back up here, alright, so what am I doing here? Let's go through this and let's take a look. So first of all, I just want to print my file list. And just below it, I want to print my pattern. And let's just put something here. Pattern. And I just want to do this. Just put a couple of hyphens so I always know, so I really do know where I am in my code. And let's expect, I should expect to see both pattern and the file list being printed. Okay, so I'm getting none, so it doesn't seem, it seems like my conditional might be doing something here, so okay, so I can see it over here, so I've got if pattern equals blank, and that should be if pattern does not equal blank. So let's now take a look. Or empty string. An empty string is different from none. None is nothing. Empty string just means it's a string, but it's just empty. Yeah, it's just empty. I was going to say null, but it's just empty. And so let's see if that works. So I've still got the CSV, so it hasn't done any filtering. Or have I? Hold on. Let's take a look here. So I didn't actually run that, so that's why. So I've got the file list. I'm passing in the file list, passing in the pattern, and let's see if this works. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. Let's take a look now and see what we get back. Okay, so it's now got rid of the first CSV file, the first two CSV files, so that filtering is now working. All right, so we can now check that in reverse. So if I go to jobs, go to cells, and let's put in CSV file as a pattern, and let's just get CSVs. Okay, so here you can see the two CSV files, products and customers. So that's now working. So now I can recursively go through my directories and I can put a particular pattern to get some files back. And if I just wanted to get customers, so let's say customers, you know, I could put something, you know, some regex pattern stuff in there as well. But what I'll do, I'll just say JSON, because that's the one I want to get back. Alright, so let's go back to our classes. There's still a bit more to do. And we'll just put some comments in here. So I'll say recursively list the files of a directory. And I'll put something in here, so I will say if pattern is included, then filter files. Alright, so that list directory looks fine to me, so what else do I need to do? There's a few more things I might need to do. Alright, so now what I want to do, I want to be able to open a file. Okay, so I want to be able to open a file, and now the object of what I want to do next is I want to create a data frame, a Spark data frame, based on whether the file is a CSV or whether it's a JSON. And so far I'm returning all of the files in my directory as a list, and then when I open a data frame I can specify that it's a list and open up all of the files as one data frame. Now for consistency, I want to also pass in, when I open up a single file, I want to pass in that as a list as well, so that way I don't need to have additional logic if it's just one file, or if it's a list, etc. I can just pass in a list all the time. So what I want to do, I want to open the file, I want to carry over the file over to a new function as a list. So let's create, this is what I ultimately want to do. I want to create a new function, and I want to call that create data frame. I'll just put a pass in there for a sec. So arguments I want to pass this will be self, it will be the Spark session, it will be the file list, which is going to be a list. So whether it's one file that I open up or a list of files, I just want to be consistent and pass in a list. And then I also want to pass in file type, and that's going to be a string. So I'll have two options. I can either open a JSON file which has particular arguments. I want to create a data frame from a list of JSON files which has specific arguments, or I want to create a data frame from a list of CSV files which will have its own CSV arguments. So I need to pass in something which is file type to make that decision. And then what I want to do is return a data frame. And then within this, I want to have a function called df from CSV, and I want to pass in the file list. It's going to be a list, and I want to return a data frame, and I'll just put in a pass in there for the moment. And then the next one will be df from JSON, and I want to do exactly the same thing. And I'll just put a pass in there. So I've got those two options. So what I haven't yet done, I haven't got file type, I haven't created that, and I haven't created a file list for my single file, or I'm not yet passing that. So let's do that first. So I will just go back up to open file, and if it's open file, then just get rid of this print statement. I want to put in create file list, which is going to be a list, and it's going to contain data path, which is a single. Just to easily read that, I'm just going to call that file path rather than data path. And what I want to do with that, I want to pass that to the data frame. But before I do, I want to be able to just get the file extension from it. So just below, I'm going to create a new function, and I'm going to call that def get unique file extensions. And I also want to do the same for whether I'm opening up a directory, because if I open up a directory, then if I'm not specifying whether it's a JSON file or I'm getting loads of files in, loads of different file types in, if I haven't created used a regex pattern to filter those files, then I could have a conflict of files if I'm trying to open up a single data frame. So I want to be able to catch that. So I'm going to have to create some logic for a directory as well. And all right, so let's instead of doing the logic for the open file, let's do the logic for capturing the unique file extensions first for the file list when I've opened up a directory. And I want to return a list. And let's go back up here, or let's just put a pass in there for a sec. Now what I want to do, this function which I've just created, I'm just going to copy that, and I want to pass that to my file list. Sorry, I'm up here to open directory, and I want to pass that I want to pass that function to open directory. So but when I receive it, I need to specify it as a function and call that callable. So callable means it's a function. And what I want to do, I want to do something with that. So I want to now, let's just copy that, pass file list. And I can actually call that just file list rather than new list to my function. So let's see if that works first. So where I am, I'm now still here. I'm still here, passing that file list, passing that filtered list to file list, and I want to get the unique file extension from those list of files. So these list of files, or these list of files here, I want to get that unique file extension. So now what I do, this function will now take me to over here. So what I want to do, I just want to print the file list here. Sorry, I'm going all over the place because of my narrow keyboard. list. And let's see if that works and if there's no errors. If there's errors, we just need to go in there and quickly fix those. Okay, that's cool, everything worked. So I'm now here in get unique file extension. So let's get the unique file extension. So this, first of all, let's just get rid of this, and we'll put in a conditional. So if is instance file list, which is a list, and the length of that file list is greater than 0, because let's say, for example, I go through the file list, sorry, the directory, and it does return a list, but there's no files. If there's no files, it's going to return a list, right? So if I have this conditional if instance is file list, and it returns an empty list with nothing in it, then I need an additional conditional where it says, please check the length of that file list. And if it's greater than 0, then I want you to do something with it. So now we can do something with it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the extension. So I'm going to get all of the extensions, and I'm going to say extension, let's say extensions equals, right, first of all, before I put in a set, I'm going to put in os path, oh, sorry, get rid of that comma, os path dot exists, oh, sorry, what exists, split text and f, and I want to get the tail, which is 1. So when I split it, I'm going to get a 0 and a 1, and what I want is the 1. So for f, which is the file in file list, so let's print that out, extensions. So I should get a list of all of the extensions. So what I'm doing, all of these list of files, I am using list comprehension to, let's just get rid of this. I'm using list comprehension to loop through file list as f, and then with f I'm using this split function where I'm getting the tail, so 0 being the path and the path and the name, and then 1 being the extension. The file name and then you've got the extension. And so I'm going to get all of the extensions into a list called extensions, and I'm just going to print that out to screen. Let's see if that works. Alright, so I've got a issue here. It says module POSIX has no attribute split text. So let's see what mistake I did. OS path split text. Okay, there was an additional T on that one, so let's give that a try. Let's see if that fixes it. extension is not defined. I missed an S on here. Okay, so now I've got my list, and it's given me all of my extensions. So just so that you can see what's happening here, if I put in a 0, then I'll get all of the file names without the extension, because these are the indexes, 0 and 1. There you go. So I've now got all of the files with the path, which doesn't include the extension. Alright, so now I can change that back to 1. Now I'm putting it into a list and I'm getting everything, right? So I'm getting all of these, everything, but I just want to get one value, right? I just want to get one unique value. So if I've got a CSV in there, if I've got a JSON file in there, I want to get everything. So let's just go back to jobs for a sec, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So I'm just going to switch off. I'm just going to switch off that, and we'll go into transactions. Sorry, we'll go into sales and get everything. I'll just go back to classes and clear this, and we'll run that. And I should get all of the JSON extensions and the CSV ones. So here you've got the CSV ones and we've got the JSON ones. But all I just want one list. I just want a list which has just unique file extensions. So just 2 values, CSV and JSON, and whatever else could possibly be in there as well. So let's fix that. So instead of a list, I am going to change that list to a set. And what a set does, it gives me unique values. Okay, so now here I've got JSON and CSV. Now what I can do, because I do want a list rather than a set, I can just change that to list. Okay, so now we've got a list of CSV and JSON. So that's precisely what I wanted. And okay, so what do I want to get back? So I want to get back I want to return, let's so I am going to, okay, let's just do this a little bit different. I could put in a return statement. So I'm going to say if I want to return a file type, which is the extensions. If I want to return a string value, which is the first value, which is 0, if the length of extensions is greater, sorry, is equal to 1. So if the length is 1, then that's what I'm going to do. Else, none. I don't return anything. So if I get a none being returned, that means that there's more than one file extension type. Then if it's none, then I know that I don't need to proceed further with that data frame. I can throw an error because I've got a mix of different file extensions, and that's really what I'm trying to achieve here. So I'm going to return this back in open directory, and I can say file type equals that, and we can print out file type. Okay, let's see how that works. So I expect that to be none, the output of file type. So it's none because I've got two extension types, file types in there, extensions in there. And if I just go back to my jobs, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to just comment that out, and I just want to specify, I'm going to crawl through sales, the sales directory, so I'm going to get everything, all of the files, but I'm just going to get a filter on JSON, and so the file type should come back as JSON because I've put a filter on it. Okay, so now I've got a file type come back as JSON, which means if I've got one file type for the list of files, then I can now create that data frame because I've got a consistency with file types. Alright, so let's go back to classes. Import data, and what do I want to do now? I want to be able to create that data frame. So I'm now going to go over to, I'm going to pass the file list over to this method, create data frame. So let's just copy that, and I need all of these parameters. And I need to get the name of my class, which is Spark class. I can never remember what it is, so let's just go to the top and I'll just copy it. And and config self.config. Okay. Alright, so question is, am I passing all of this data? So file list, yes. File type, yes. And the Spark class, I don't think I'm passing that in, so I need to make sure I pass that in as well. Or the Spark session, rather than the Spark class, I mean. So we'll just put that Spark session at the beginning. So I'll just say Spark and we've got Spark. And down here, I just want to specify Spark. But then also over here, I need to say Spark session. Okay. Alright, so I think we're good. So let's make sure that this data now goes over to the data frame. So what I'll do, I'll just do a print, and I'm just going to put in a string just to make sure that I'm now coming over here, create data frame. And I'll just put a conditional. I'll say if file type, and that just means if file type is true rather than false or none, then I can now initiate this method, which is create data frame. So let's give that a try. Okay, so that's working. So I'm now passing all of my data to create data frame. Alright, so that's okay. Everything works fine on opening a directory. Now what I need to do is just finish off this bit here, which is open file. And I just need to just get the extension from if it's a single file. So, right, so in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another function, but I'll create a method within my class to do that in case I need to reuse it anywhere else. So over here, I'll say def get file extension, and I'll call this get file extension from a single file. If instance file path a string and OS path exists file path, and I want to do something. And I want to pass in a file path, which is going to be a string, and I'm going to return a string. But I also need to put in self as well. And what I want to do, I just want to get the file extension. So I'm going to do this slightly differently. So file name, file extension equals OS path split text file path. Still jumping all over the place. name, file extension. Okay, so let's do a test now with our single file that we'll pass in. So let's go back to jobs, and in this one I can now just simply change that to transactions, because we just want to crawl through the transactions folder. And in this one I can now also put transactions. If I didn't want to specify a JSON file, well, actually I can get rid of that because I don't really need that, because I've tested the logic as to whether you include a pattern or don't include a pattern, and I've tightened that up. So the next one we're going to do is really customer data frame, and we're going to pass in a CSV file. So this is going to be a single file, and we want to just get the file extension from it, because if it's a CSV, we want to open up a data frame for a CSV, and if it's a JSON, then so forth. So let's go back to our classes. And we'll test that get file extension. And here we are. So we want to, let's just copy this. And what do I call it? Get file extension. And we're passing in a file list. And we want to return a file type. Or what we could do as well, instead of doing it the long way, we could simply pass this in, this function, as an argument, and also specify that as callable. And we just need to put some logic over here, so we'll say well, this line is getting a bit long actually, but it's okay. We'll say open file and we want to pass in these arguments. And that's going to be data path rather than file path. So we've got the, we're gonna go to this function, we're gonna pass in another function which was get file extension, which is outside of this method, and we're gonna pass in our data path. If path type equals file, else do nothing. Okay. Alright, I think that's okay. But I still need to call that. So get file extension, that would be Spark class dot get file extension, and it was self dot config and yeah, I think that's okay. So I'm now calling in that function, which is a method outside of this particular method, which is why I have to initiate a new class. An attribute of that class or the method is get file extension, so I'm passing in that file extension. Sorry, I'm really sounding confusing right now, but you'll see. And I'm passing that into open file, because once it's inside of my function open file, then I want to be able to use it to get the file type. Okay, let's give that a try. Alright, so I've got a mistake here, so I need to include else. So I've missed else. Okay, what did I expect to happen? I didn't print anything out. So let's go to get file extension, and I did print that out. So let's just see what came through. So let's do a print of the file path. See if that comes through, that file path, which it does. Or instead of file path, I should call that file list, right? Okay. It is the file path, so really I shouldn't be passing the file list, I should be passing the file path. And let's see. Okay, so that has worked. It split it, so I'm printing out the file path. It split it into the head, and then you've got the tail, which is the extension, so that's working. And then now what I can do, I can just return or I can just simply do this. Just call Spark class to create a data frame, and I'll just put a return on that, and I'll put a return on here as well, because we will want to eventually return some data. Yeah, okay, I think that looks okay. So the first one we're going to be working on is our CSV file, so let's just test that, make sure that's okay. I don't think I printed anything out, but let's just let that run. So here we are, create data frame, and I can just get rid of those other print statements. So let's get rid of it here and here. And we are going to return file extension. sorry. And we are going to return one if file extension, and I'm saying if file extension because maybe I could have a file which doesn't have an extension, you know, so let's say for example I've got log files or something and there's no extension, so I just want to just make that clear as well. Else none. And what the one colon does, it just gets rid of it gives me what's on the other side of the dot, so I don't need the dot, I just want it without the dot. Alright, so down here let's print out the file type. And I should expect to see just CSV come out. No, I've got file type there. Alright, let's go back up here. And oh, sorry. Yeah, that's not a string, is it? Right, now I should expect to see CSV. There you go. Okay, CSV. Alright, it's working as expected. Alright, get rid of that. And let's call these functions. So I want to call CSV, and I want to pass in the list, which is file list, and I want to put a conditional in there. So I want to say if file type equals CSV, and that's why I got rid of the dot, and you'll see why else I got rid of the dot .csv. So it's just CSV. Else I want to call this function JSON, and I want to pass in the file list if file type equals JSON. Okay. I'll probably do it later, but there's something else I want to do, and we can test this when we're running unit tests. Let's say, for example, that's capital. These are capital extensions, so capital JSON, capital CSV. Then we want to put something in there to capture that, but we can tighten that up later. All right. All right. So, and I'll just put in a print file list. Just make sure that we're passing it to the. That's all working, and we're passing it to dataframe from CSV function. All right, let's give that a try, and I just need to put on the end of that else none. Okay, so we're passing in the list, which has a single file. Okay, so let's put in a conditional if instance is instance file list. So we'll capture if we're passing in something which is none, we can get rid of that. And we want to make sure that list has something in it is greater than 0. Now we can do something. So we're going to create a data frame, and we are going to pass in our Spark session, and we are going to read format CSV, and we're going to put some options in here for reading our CSV. So I'm going to pass in a header. So I'm going to request that we return a header, so that will be set to true. And the mode will be drop malformed. So if anything is malformed, not reading correctly, instead of throwing an error, it will drop it. And the next argument will be to load, and that will be file list. Okay. Now with load, you can put in a single, it doesn't need to be a list, it can be a list and it can be a string. So a string just being one file and a list of files. Okay. And we're going to return df, and we're going to return df. So let's work on our CSV1 file first, and up here we're going to return open file, but before we return it, let's just make sure that we are reading it properly, that it works. So I'll just do a print df, just see what objects we get back. Okay, so we've got our data frame, customer ID, and loyalty score. So, oh, my stomach is rumbling. Customer ID and loyalty string. So that has worked absolutely fine. It's loaded in a data frame. And so what we can do, we can return this. Oh, sorry, up here. We can now return that. Okay. Now let's just return to our jobs. Sorry, my stomach is starting to rumble. And what we want to do, we want to pass that. We want to pass that over to a new function, and we'll call that function. We'll call that function transform data. So, and we want to pass in customer df. And if I create the function down here, this is where we'll do our transformations. So at this point, I'm not going to put anything. I'm not going to put the transformation in the class. I'm now going to do this transformation in this file, which is sales, because this is going to be very specific. So I'll call that transform df, and we want to pass in the session, and we want to pass in customer df, which is a data frame. Sorry, my stomach is really going. I'm starting to feel hungry. And we want to return a data frame. And alright, so instead of putting a pass, I'll just put in a print customer df. Just go back up here. So, and I'll just put some comments in here as well. So I'll say import data, transform data. Alright, so let's just try that again, and we should see the data frame print out again. But it's now printing it out to jobs rather than our class. So transform data is not defined. Why is that? Transform df, okay. Let's call it transform df. And make sure that's working. Customer df is not defined. Alright, so I've got customer df, customer df, customer df. Okay, let's just go back to classes, because I know that I did return it. It would be none otherwise. So I definitely returned it. Open file, so I'm returning it, and let's go to jobs. Customer df, customer df, customer df, customer df. What am I doing wrong? Customer df, customer df. Right, let's just first of all just print it here again. Make sure that's being sent. Okay, none. Okay, what's up? Alright, I think I know what the issue might be. Let's just go to classes. Now, did I return it? I'm sure I did. Okay, I am returning it. let's just debug. Right, let's call that df. Okay, so I am returning it. Okay. And that's going to open file, import data, import data. Okay, this is really bizarre. Why is that not printing? Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. Okay, maybe I'm not returning it from import data, but I am returning it from import data. That's really weird. All right, let's let's print it here for a sec. Let's see if that will print, and I'll just say import data. Import data none. Alright, so it's not being returned for some reason. Alright, let's go back to classes. Oh, okay, alright, I get it. I need to put the return statement here, sorry. There you go. I need to remember doing that. And let's go to jobs. Sorry. Let's go back to classes. So open file, I'm returning it. Now go back to jobs. And get rid of that. Put my return statement in. Go back up to here, customer df, and I can now switch on transform df, and then I should get a print statement out. Customer of df is still not defined. Okay, what am I doing here? So let's back up a little bit and do a print customer df main. Okay, that's definitely coming through, and transform. Oh, okay. I've got a capital F. There you go. Sorry, you guys probably saw that, and you might have been screaming at the screen. I need to, there's two things I need to pass in there, so the other one needs to be Spark. Spark. Finally, okay. Right, so the next thing I want to do, I'm just going to switch that off, and the next thing I want to do is pass in transactions df, and I'll just turn customer df off for a sec. So importing a JSON file is going to be a little bit different. Sorry, creating a data frame for JSON is a little bit different to CSV, so we just need to put in different arguments for that. So I'll just go into classes and we'll go back up to classes, and we've got df from JSON, and I'll just copy this up here. And I'll just put format JSON. So we don't need a header because we're talking about key value pairs. So I'm going to change that to mode permissive. And we're going to return this as strings. Primitive is string equals true. And we've got a list of files in file list, and we can just simply put in a list. As long as they're all the same, we can put in a list, and it's just going to return it as a one data frame. So that was the whole purpose of doing this bit up here. So all of my logic, I'm just doing my cleaning and my logic, so it's, you know, whatever I need to do on a list of files in a directory. So that way I'm capturing any potential failures before it goes to Spark, opening it up as one data frame, all those files as one data frame. Alright, so let's give that a try, and let's go over to jobs, and we're going to print that out. So print transactions df. And hopefully there's no errors. Okay, we've got none. Alright, why is that? So let's go over here. We're probably not returning anything. So open directory. We've got list files, we're returning. Alright, let's just backtrack a little bit. Okay, let's take a look at over here. So let's see if we're passing something. Let's do a print file list. I've got none, we're not passing anything. Alright, so let's take that out for a sec. And let's go back a bit. Outside of this, let's do a print file list, because we're possibly not passing anything at all. Okay, so we are passing something, and let's double check our logic. So else diff from JSON file list if file type equals JSON. So let's take a look at the file type. Okay, so the file type is JSON, we're passing that through, that's fine. So why is it not going over to our function? That is weird. Let's just do that one more time. I'm sure I just did that. Okay, this is weird. Alright, so return, okay, if that's a CSV, it's going to go there. If file type equals CSV, else df from JSON file list, if file type equals JSON. But I've got a dot in there, that's why, so I need to get rid of the dot. Okay, let's get rid of that. And get rid of this. So if I go to extensions, if I can remember where I put it up here. Excuse me. So exactly the same thing I did here, where I was taking off the dot, and I need to do that here. Okay, let's give that a try. Okay, so now we've got our data frame. Okay, so that's good. Now we can go back over here to jobs. And I want to pass in transactions df, and I want to pass in just put the data frame on the end of that, and I want to pass in products df. Okay. And to do that, I need to go back over here. I can now uncomment customers, and I can create a data frame for products. And I can get rid of that print statement, and over here I can say transactions df, customer df, and products. dataframe df. Okay, let's give that a try. So now I should see, if I just print these out, I should see all three. Transactions, customers, and products. Alright, let's see if we get an error, shall we? Does it do it first time, or will there be an error? Okay, so it all works. Everything has come through. We've got our transactions, we've got customer ID, sorry, we've got our customer data frame and our products data frame. Alright, so I'm just going to put another function in here, and what I want to do, I'm going to call that show my schema. Sorry, there's a quick knock at the door. A delivery, went to answer it, and I've got my package. Alright, so I'm going to do another, sorry, I'm just eating as well. I'm going to do another function, and it's going to be show my schema. So it's going to accept a data frame, and it's going to return nothing. And I'm just going to put a conditional in there if instance is instance df data frame. Then I'm going to do a df show, and in addition to that, I want to do a df print schema, and in addition to that, I want to just print the number of rows. So I'm going to say total rows df count, and you probably remember me doing df show, print schema, and count in my other previous tutorials. Alright, so I think that looks good. So let's do that for each. So we have transactions, show my schema, and we've got it for customers, and we've got it for products. Okay, and now we can just get rid of these print statements, because this is just really showing the object. But what we want to do is take a look and see something a little bit more explicit, giving us a little bit more information, more useful information. So let's see if that works. And I just need to put a comma in here. Data frame not defined, capital F. Where did I put that? Over here. So the aim of this is to show us what the schema looks like. and how many rows are returned. And also give us a quick little look at the data. So transactions df not defined. Capital D's. So customers df not defined. But as you can see here, we've got the transactions, and here we have it's just showing us what it looks like, and we've got the schema, and we've got the return of the rows. So all of those files together, they're about 2,229 rows, and the other two didn't come out. So let's have a look at why. And products. I've got an additional F on that, and customer DF. Right, why is customer? Oh, customers. It's customer DF, not customers DF. And let's give that another try. Okay, so that's all working, and let's take a look at our data. So I just explained, these are the transactions. That's everything to do with the shopping cart, and how many baskets, giving you all the baskets, and customer ID, date of purchase, and then the schema is telling us that it's nested because it's a JSON file. You've got basket, which is an array, and then you've got the element of that array is a structure, is you've got price, you've got product ID, and then you've got customer ID as a field, and then you've got date of purchase. Then you've got the customer's table or data frame. You've got two columns, customer ID, loyalty score, and then the product's ID, you've got three. And product ID, product description, product category. Then you've got the schema down here. Now what I did, I specified these as strings. So what I'll do, I'll show you afterwards, a bit later, how we're going to do some transformations on that. And then we are going to, and then you've got all of this here. Yeah, sorry, I just went through that already. Okay, so everything is coming out, but let's tighten up the transformations a bit. Let's just comment these, and I want to put some functions in here. So for the first one, the transactions data frame, I want to make sense out of all of this stuff going on in basket. So let's take a look at our data quickly. So if I go to transactions, if I go to one of these, we can see that basket, in the column basket we've got a list, and in that list we've got a dict dictionary, and that dictionary has a key which is product ID and price. Yeah, so that's what it is. That's what you're seeing here, and we want to split that out. So let's do that. Let's split that out. And let's go back to sales. I'm gonna create another function. I'm gonna call that clean transformations. Now, as you can see, now you're starting to see the reason why we have a folder and file called jobs and a file called sales within jobs, because what we're doing here is very unique to this data, and that's why we want to have a separate folder for individual jobs that we want to run, and we want to pass in here an argument which is a data frame, and we want to return a data frame, and we're going to put a conditional in here. So if instance if is instance df data frame, we want to create a data frame which is df dot with column. What we're going to do, we're going to split out this column. So this column here, which is called basket, just copy that. We want to split out I think, what was it again? The product ID and the price. I think that's what it was. So here we are. So I'm going to create a new column, and I'm going to call that basket explode, and we want to explode the column basket. Okay, and then what I want to do is drop the column basket after I have exploded it. And then we are going to do a df dot show df1 dot show. Okay, hopefully there's no mistakes in that. So usually you just count the brackets. So we've got bracket 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, and let's run that. But first, before I run it, I have to call it. So it's going to be clean transactions, and we're passing in transactions df. So explode is not defined. What I need to do is I need to import it. So that comes from, let's just copy this, from PySpark SQL dot functions import both col and explode. So I need those two, and we can run that, but make sure that I spell things correctly first. Okay, so I've now exploded my basket. I've now exploded basket into a new column called basket explode, but I now need to further split those values so that way I get those columns. So let's go down here and we can get rid of this. And we can select our columns. So what we're going to do, we're going to select basket explode and customer ID and date of purchase. But when we select basket explode, we're just going to put a select all on basket explode, and that way we'll get our columns. So let's do a df2 equals df1 dot select, then col equals customer ID and col equals date of purchase and col basket explode, and that will be a dot and asterisk to give us everything. And then what we can do is df2 dot show. Just hoping there's no mistakes. I forgot a comma. And let's take a look at what we get back. Got an error there. What have I done? I need to close that. Okay, and hopefully that's okay. Okay, still got an error. Okay, I've forgot a bracket. Okay, so here we have it. We've got customer ID, date of purchase, price, and product ID. So we had to split that twice. So if I just go back up here, this is what our original nested array looks like within the column basket. So we had split that out into basket explode, which is down here. But then we had to further split these keys out, this dictionary out, and that's how we got price and product ID. So now that's a flat table. We've gone from having a nested table to a flat one. And what else do we want to do with this? So we probably want to just add something additional to this. So we want to be able to perform some operations on the columns. So we want to just change some of the columns, and we'll say with column, because the columns are strings, we want to specify whether they're integers and dates. So we can say with column date, so that's our new column. Column date of purchase. We're going to cast that column as a date column. So the column pretty much looks like this. It's a timestamp, and because we want to do some operations on date, then we want to create that and turn that into a date object, and that way it will just give us the date. We can turn that into a datetime object if we wanted to, but it'd be very unlikely that you'd want to do some stuff on time. And then we can also just extract time and put that into its own column as well if we needed to. But for this purpose, we'll just extract date, which is a more sort of common use case. Alright, so the other thing we want to do, we've got a column, so let me just copy that. We've got the column customer ID. No, sorry, price. We've got the one which is price, and we want to turn that into an integer because we want to do some aggregation on it, do some sums and other bits and pieces that we might want to do. So we'll cast that as a integer, and we'll do a df show, or yeah, we'll do a df show, and we'll do a df to print schema. Okay, so we've got customer ID, which is a string, date of purchase, which is string, which is incorrect, price, long, product ID string, date, integer. Okay, so I think I'll probably flip things around, not doing it correctly. Let's take a look at this. So, okay, so date, we'll call that price. So price. Try that again. Okay, how's this works? Okay, price, integer, date, and the rest of them are strings. Okay, that's now working. So we've changed our column types, so that way when we're doing either SQL or we're doing some operations on data frames, then we've got the correct column types to be able to do that. Alright, so I can get rid of this, rid of that, and I can return df2. Okay. Alright, now the other thing that we want to do, we want to do the same thing to customers, I guess. So let's take a look at customers. So customers. Right, so this is our products. So our product table is fine, it can stay as strings, but then with our customer ID, we've got what's loyalty here, which is loyalty score. So we probably want to change that to an integer as well. So let's do that. So we'll say clean customers, and we're going to pass in a data frame. And same thing, if the instance is a data frame, then we'll do something with it. And df1 equals df dot with column. Just copy this one here. And just go back to that again. So loyalty score, just copy that column. We want that to be an integer, and then we can just return. Let's do a quick show first. df1 print schema. And we have to call it customer rather than customers. And we can run that. Okay, so here we've got customer ID, which is a string, and loyalty score, which is an integer. Okay, right, what else do we need to do? I think that's about it really. So that's it for the moment. I'm going to do another tutorial. I'm going to follow up with joining these data frames. I'll do a join using SQL and a straightforward join on the data frame, and then I'll also export this data in various ways. And yeah, I think that's a good wrap up, and then I'll follow up with doing some tests. So I might do the tests in the same tutorial as the one that I do the further transformations on the data. But this has been another quite a long tutorial, so I think I'll stop it here. And yeah, we've pretty much got everything that we need so far in using this framework. So yeah, okay. So I'll leave it here for now, and then we'll catch up in the next tutorial. All right, cheers, bye.